I don't know. I accidentally pushed a button, I guess. I gotta head off to the store and buy some fucking stamps. I've been looking for these damn stamps because it's pretty damn important. I have no clue where they went to, man. It sucks. I got a strong feeling of where they're at, but I don't know where they're at. I don't know. I looked down at the phone and I saw it said stop and stream rendered. I don't know. Like I said, I was busy looking for something. I wasn't paying attention. Mis saludos. ¿Cómo está? Salutations. Gotta go to Walmart. No doubt. Look what I'm navigating. I'm going to buy buy some stamps. Me too, man. Me too. They do. They really do. Do something pretty about that. No doubt. I know. I could tell I was made for the mountains. The very first time I went to the mountains, I was running around. I was so happy and just full of joy and just playing around. And everybody's like, "You better slow down, Melty. This high altitude is gonna get you." Everybody else is winded and just out of breath and feeling like shit. And I was so alive and feeling so good. What's up, Garcia? Garcia. How you doing? Hey, where we get some stamps at?
Customer service. I'll help you.
Thank you, bud.
You just need one butt?
Yes.
Total is $14.60.
How you doing today? Pretty good, yourself?
Doing pretty alright. There you go, man.
Thank you, bro.
You have a great day.
Thank you, bro. God, it's gotta be somewhere. I bet you I looked over it. Didn't even. It's probably somewhere. It was just so small I didn't see it. Get some footage. hot stuff. I'm looking for some hot stuff, baby, this evening. Some hot stuff, baby. Oh shit. Here's all the hot stuff. I should get some food. Lemon pepper. Just 2 chickens would be good. Pulled pork sandwich. I'm done. I just did.
Have a good night,
You
sir.
too, thank you. Have a good one. I'm on the other side right now. Fuck it. The sandwich should eat around more. This food can be very difficult. I ain't getting no chips. I got 2 chickens and a pork singing. club. What the hell's a club? Memphis Depay. Oh shit. He sounds like a homosexual. Same thing. What about Messi? Do you like Messi? Or do you like Ronaldo? Messi's your favorite. What about Persia? You like Ronaldo? Ah, son of a bitch. The great debate. Messi or Ronaldo? You support Barcelona, so you choose Messi. The age-old question, Messi or Ronaldo? I think I want to get a bunch of porta potties, and I want to name my porta potty business Melty's Poops and Peeps. Messi, oh Messi and Ronaldo. Running the gauntlet, man. Running the gauntlet. Meow. 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 Woohoo, woohoo. Can't see a goddamn thing, son. Woohoo. Messi and Ronaldo. Hello, Marie. How you doing? Would this make y'all nervous driving through this? Is skinny. Come on, man. 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 Oh, Missy Ronaldo. But slow down, this thing is yelling at me. It's being angry. Listen here, you son of a bitch. Now we'll go faster. Speed. Hey, helmets. What in the hell? I can't see a thing, you son of a bitch. Messi and Ronaldo. Coming in hot, son. We're coming in hot. It's somewhere around here. One of these roads. It's coming up soon. There's a road that I take, but I don't know where it is, man. Somewhere up in here. Is that it right there? I don't know. No. It's one of these. It's coming up right just around the river bend. Did I pass it up? I think I passed it up. Oh, I did. It's really close. Hey, pass it up. Alright. I think it's right here. I think that's my road. I'm gonna turn down it. Going too fast. Holy shit. Messi and Ronaldo, the son of a bitch. I dropped something that is important to me. And then, oh my god, is it too much money? I should have smoked a cigarette, but I couldn't because I didn't have my lighter. Alright. What y'all doing? Messy ass Ronaldo over there. Yeah, I'm a dumbass. I get so overwhelmed, man. That makes a lot of sense. Let's devour some chicken real quick. I take a lick, then I lick my chicken. Mmm. Messy over and over. Where'd this other leg go? Mmm. Messy old Ronaldo. fuck that chicken. Is what I've got to say about that. Messi or Ronaldo. Here it is. I found it. I did that little chicken. He thought he was all good, innocent. And then you know what happened? I showed that son of a bitch. All right. Deep inside my heart, you know it's true. Baby, baby. Ah, shit.
Friday night boys and girls I see, drunk and running around like ants. They all just want dance. Some are real happy and some are mean. Some are just looking for quick romance. they're seen. So they dress the part and take their chance. Boys and girls are acting real strange, pretending they're welders and cowboys and such, buying old work gear from the exchange. You can tell their hands don't do very much. Saying me, more cowboy than you. I swear that I'm working class through and through. Saying me, more cowboy than you. Everyone's glued to their flickering screens, faces illuminated in the dark. Their pockets are full and their cars are clean. Their biggest worry is where they should park.
Where the hell am I gonna park at?
So if you see cowboy hats and boots, chances are it's on daddy's dime. They're all in the bathroom snorting their tooth, having a mighty expensive time. Saying me, more cowboy than you. I swear that I'm working class.
How you doing, Shelly?
Through and through.
Saying me, more cowboy than you.
Vengan acá todos. Vengan a ver esta palomita que me encontré en su nido. Está echadita. Oiga, señor. We are federales. You know, the mountain police.
And the other police, where are your badges?
Badges? We ain't got no badges. We don't need no badges. I don't have to show you any stinking badges.
Better not come any closer.
We don't need no stinking badges.
What are you trying to do, you any? Why don't you try to be a little more polite? Give us your gun, and we leave you in peace.
I need my gun myself.
Throw that old iron over here. We'll pick it up and go on our way.
You go anywhere without my gun and go quick.
All right. All right. Vámonos para atrás. ¡Párenle, párenle! Vengan acá todos. Vengan a ver esta palomita que me encontré en su nido. Está echadita. Oiga, señor. We are federales. You know, the mountain police.
And the other police, where are your badges?
I'm Chuck. Oh.
Oh, snap. Cheers, Brooklyn. Well, woman, I love this name.
She kinda looks like She's danced like a
Little
kid.
kid.
She works down the Snake Farm. Snake Farm. Pretty much is Snake Farm. It's a reptile house, Snake Farm. Ramona's got a keen sense of humor. She got a tattoos down her arm. It's of a python.
Eating a little mouse.
Wearing a sailor hat that says Snake Farm. Snake Farm. It just sounds nasty. Snake Farm. It pretty much is Snake Farm. It's a reptile house. Snake Farm.
Ooh. I asked Ramona how come she works there. She says, well, it's got its charm. There's nothing to do in the winter now, and then some kids get bit at the snake farm. Snake Farm. It just sounds nasty. Snake Farm. It pretty much is Snake Farm. It's a reptile house. Snake Farm. Ooh. It was buffering. I forgot to mention something. This is a sing-along.
Really?
Hey, go Snake Farm. It just sounds nasty. Snake Farm. It pretty much is Snake Farm. It's a reptile house. Snake Farm. Ooh. I was looking for my damn. I was looking for my stamps. Had to go buy some. It just sounds nasty. It's a reptile house. Ugh. Malt liquor in a band from Wales, that's called The Alarm. She said she cried when they broke up. She still plays their records at the Snake Farm. Snake Farm, it just sounds nasty. Snake Farm, it pretty much is Snake Farm. It's a reptile house, Snake Farm. Ooh. I read that. I'm doing very good. I'm hectic. I'm stressed out. You know, down at the Snake Farm.
Snake Farm, it just sounds nasty. Snake Farm, it pretty much is Snake Farm. It's a reptile house, Snake Farm. Help me now. I said Snake Farm, just sounds nasty.
Snake Farm. It pretty much is Snake Farm. It's a reptile house, Snake Farm. Ooh. All right. Piñatas, los cojones, más pantalones, el juego. Mi culo es el fuego. Oh, mi culo es el fuego. Mi culo. Mi culo es el fuego. Culo caliente. Culo caliente. Esa culo caliente. Culo caliente. Culo caliente. Mi culo caliente. Mi culo caliente. In the morning. Shelly, hold on, give me 2 seconds here. Let me take it. Set my phone up, plug it in. Just you be next to my baby. Oh, just you be one. It's American flag. Where are the rich women at? Isn't there a rich woman that wants to take care of me? Oh man. Shelly, how come you're not rich? If you were rich, you could come and sweep me off my feet. We all need a sugar mama. Skeptic, I'll give you a reason to be sleepy, you son of a bitch. Shelly, what the hell do you think I was talking about? Peanut. Just to I probably should put this back on. I'm scared. Alright. Just a bit of wine to begin You know, there's a group of women on the channel that I respect a whole hell of a lot. And I joke with them. But in all honesty, I got uber respect for them. And Shelly, you are one. We all. What if there was a multimillionaire that said, listen, I want to have a sugar daddy and you know what I'm saying? At least I want to have, what is it called? A sugar baby. She's my sugar mama. I don't know. I want to take care of a man, but I also want to take care of 3 women. So it will be me, the rich woman. Shelly, are you down to come? Get Simple Girl to come. And we'll get We're gonna need Deanna. We're gonna need Hookah. Mother Nature. We're gonna have to need. We need them all. We're gonna need them all. There's no other options. No. I wish there was a way that we could all hang out and just fucking chill. No. You know, in all honesty, I'm a very, very, I'm a devoted man. I'm really, really devoted. I'm a one woman man. I prefer my woman would be a one man woman, but I guess in this day and age, it ain't possible. No, I don't want no sister wives. Exactly, Shelly. I don't want to. I really don't. I would pay any money, man, to be able to go back in time and repair everything and fix it. Fuck that shit. I brush my teeth once a day. Nah, respect on my ladies. Especially my British ladies. Do y'all think of yourselves as part of my fan club? Me? Oh, shit. Maybe that's better. I don't know. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. where love. Let go, go. This is gonna be something that I can do. I love you. What are you doing? Water. Oh. Mm. So, let me tell you something funny that happened yesterday. My boss comes in and he gives us all a bunch of stickers. The stickers say, I love sucking penis with my butthole. Well, one of our rival companies works with us, and so we stuck the sticker on their goddamn gang box. And then the guys come in, and the woman looks over at the sticker, and she thinks of shit. Well, boss man got mad. To cover our asses, we threw some stickers on some of our own shit. Oh yeah, somebody fucking got us too. Take them goddamn stickers off. The fuck is wrong with y'all? I'm still awake, but I need to go to sleep because things and stuff. Because I'm streaming all night. Blame it on her. Oh, goddamn thing! Punch me in the face. What are you talking about?
Unfeigned admiration of the white men, and the fact that such canoes could be constructed by people without axes and armed only with a chisel made of an old file about an inch or an inch and a half in width seemed to them very extraordinary. It was noted that some of the Indians, especially the women, appeared to tattoo the legs and arms, and on the arm of one woman was read the name J. Bowman, perhaps some trader who had visited the locality. Among these people, women were very well treated, and old age was highly. Chapter 12, Lewis and Clark 5. The winter was spent chiefly in procuring food and in observing the natives and the geography of the neighboring country. And the expedition had not expected to leave their permanent camp, Fort Clatsop, before the 1st of April. By the 1st of March, however, the elk, on which they chiefly depended for food, had moved away to ascend the mountains, and their trade goods being almost exhausted, they were too poor to purchase food from the Indians. It was evident that they must start back up the river in the hope of their finding food, and must reach the point where they had left their horses before the Indians there should have moved off across the mountains or dispersed over the country. During the winter, they had worked hard at dressing skins so that they were now well clad, and had besides 300 or 400 pairs of moccasins. They still had also 140 pounds of powder and about twice that weight of lead, quite enough to carry them back. On the 23rd of March, therefore, after giving certificates to some of the Indian chiefs and leaving tacked up on one of their cabins a notice of their successful crossing of the continent and their start back, they set out in 2 canoes up the Columbia. As they passed along, they at first found little difficulty in securing provisions from the acquaintances they had made while descending the river, and besides this, the hunters killed some game. Before long, however, they began to meet Indians coming down the river who informed them that they had been driven from the great rapids by lack of provisions, their winter store of dried fish having become exhausted, and the salmon not being expected for a month or more. This was dismal news to people who were ascending the river in the hope of obtaining provisions, but there was nothing for them to do except to keep on, living on the country as well as they could, trying to reach the place where they had left their horses before the Indians should have departed. Their hunters succeeded in killing some deer and elk on the south side of the river, though there seemed no game on the north. Besides that, the deer killed were so extremely thin in flesh that it hardly seemed worthwhile to bring them into camp. Many of the Indians still stood in great fear of the medicine of the white men, and Captain Clark, returning from a short exploring trip, saw an example of this. On entering one of the apartments of the house, Captain Clark offered several articles to the Indians in exchange for wappatoo, but they appeared sullen and ill-humored and refused to give him any. He therefore sat down by the fire opposite to the men, and, drawing a portfire match from his pocket, threw a small piece of it into the flames. At the same time, he took out his pocket compass, and by means of a magnet which happened to be in his inkhorn, made the needle turn round very briskly. The match immediately took fire and burned violently, on which the Indians, terrified at this strange exhibition, brought a quantity of wappatoo and laid it at his feet, begging him to put out the bad fire, while an old woman continued to speak with great vehemence, as if praying and imploring protection. After receiving the roots, Captain Clark put up the compass, and, as the match went out of itself, tranquility was restored, though the women and children still sought refuge in their beds and behind the men. He now paid them for what he had used, and after lighting his pipe and smoking with them, continued down the river. The hunters still were killing some game, but it was so thin as to be unfit for use. 6 deer and an elk were left in the timber, while 2 deer and a bear were brought in. The wappatoo was now largely the food of all the Indians. The bulb, which grows in all the ponds of the interior, is gathered by the women, who, standing in deep water, feel about in the mud for the roots of the plant and detach the bulbs with their toes. These rise to the surface and are thrown into the canoe. The roots are like a small potato and are light and very nutritious. A few days later, they obtained from the Indians the skin of a sheep, mountain goat, which is described so that there is no doubt about the identification. The hunters also killed 3 black-tailed deer. Near Sepulchre Rock, a burial place for the surrounding tribes, Captain Clark crossed the river in the endeavor to purchase a few horses, by which they might transport their baggage and some provisions across the mountains. But in this he was unsuccessful. However, some Indians were met, who promised a little later to meet them and furnish some horses. At the foot of the Great Narrows, 4 were purchased to assist in carrying the baggage and the outfit over the portage. The Indians at the upper end were rejoicing over the catching of the first salmon, and they were so good-natured that they sold the white men 4 more horses for 2 kettles, which reduced the stock of kettles to 1. There was a good deal of trouble here from thefts by the Indians, and from their practice of trading articles and then returning and giving back the price that they had received and demanding articles that had been traded. So annoying did this become that Captain Clark declared to the Indians in council assembled that the next man caught thieving would be shot. And a little bit later, he was obliged to threaten to burn the village. At last, however, they got away with 10 horses and proceeding up the river secured a few others. By this time, they had exhausted pretty much all their trade goods, and the capacity to buy was about at an end. The Indian tribes that they were passing now did not seem to be particularly friendly and held themselves aloof. But a chief of the Walla Wallas, whom they met a little later, treated them most hospitably, and in striking contrast to the people that they had lately seen. This chief presented Captain Clark with a fine horse and received in return a sword, 100 balls, some powder, and some other small presents. The chief helped them cross the river in his canoes, and they camped on the Columbia at the mouth of the Walla Walla River. They now possessed 23 horses, and on the whole were in pretty good shape, except that they had but little food and had nothing left which they could trade for food. About the 1st of May, they met a party of Indians, consisting of one of the chiefs of the Nez Perces, who had gone down Lewis River with them the previous year and had been of great service to them, and had now come to meet them. They were now out of provisions, but at an Indian camp not far off, managed to obtain 2 lean dogs and some roots. As they went on, they learned that most of the Nez Perces were scattered out gathering spring roots, but the Indian in whose charge their horses had been left was not far away. At this point, the explorers were applied to by 2 or 3 persons who were ill, and their simple treatment benefiting the Indians, their fame greatly increased. The white men were careful to give the Indians only harmless medicine, trying to assist nature rather than to do anything that was radical. The Indians who had been benefited gave material evidence of their gratitude. Since they had been on the Columbia River, the Indians had made great fun of the white men because they ate dogs, and it was just after their experience in doctoring, but at another village, that an Indian standing by and looking with great derision at our eating dog's flesh, threw a poor half-starved puppy almost into Captain Lewis's plate, laughing heartily at the humor of it. Captain Lewis took up the animal and flung it back with great force into the fellow's face, and seizing his tomahawk, threatened to cut him down if he dared to repeat such insolence. He immediately withdrew, apparently much mortified, and we continued our dog repast very quietly. Continuing their journey, they were again applied to for medical advice and assistance, but declined to practice without a remuneration. 1 or 2 small operations were performed, and a woman who had been treated, declaring the next day that she felt much better, her husband brought up a horse, which they at once killed. Having crossed the river, on the advice of the Indians that more game was to be found, they kept on their way. And the day after, the hunters brought in 4 deer, which, with the remains of the horse, gave them for the moment an abundant supply of food. Here they met Twisted Hair, in whose charge they had left their horses. He told them that owing to the care that he had taken of their horses, he had been obliged to quarrel with other chiefs who were jealous of him, and that finally he had given up the care of the horses, which were now scattered. They soon recovered 21 of their horses, most of which were in good condition, a part of their saddles, and some powder and lead which had been put in the cache with them. The Indians gave them 2 fat young horses for food, asking nothing in return, and the hospitality and generosity of these Indians made a great impression on the white men, who were now disposed to treat them with a great deal more courtesy and consideration than had been their custom. Captain Lewis at this meeting is quite enthusiastic about these Chopunish Indians, whom he describes as industrious, cleanly, and generous, a report quite different from that made on the way down the river. At the village where they camped May 11th, the Indians lived in a single house, 150 feet long, built of sticks, straw, and dried grass. It contained about 24 fires, about double that number of families, and might muster perhaps 100 fighting men. The difficulty of talking to these Indians was great, for Captains Lewis and Clark were obliged to speak in English to one of the men, who translated this in French to Charbonneau, who interpreted to his wife in Minatari. She told it in Shoshone to a young Shoshone prisoner, who finally explained it to the Nez Perces in their own tongue. After the council was over, the wonders of the compass, the spyglass, the magnet, the watch, and the air gun were all shown to the Indians. Here they were obliged also to do a good deal of doctoring, and finally another council was held, at which it was agreed by the Indians to follow the advice of Captains Lewis and Clark. Presents were made by the Indians to the whites, and to each chief was given a flag, a pound of powder, and 50 balls, and the same to the young men who had presented horses to them. They also paid the man who had charge of their horses, in part agreeing with him to give the balance so soon as the remainder of the horses were brought in. On the 14th of May, they crossed the river and made a camp, where they purposed to wait until the snow had melted in the mountains. The hunters killed 2 bears and some small game, much of which they gave to the Indians, to whom it was a great treat, since they seldom had a taste of flesh. Many patients continued to be brought to them, whom they doctored, and with some success. Early in June, they began to make preparations to cross the mountains, though the Indians told them it would be impossible to do this before about the 1st of July. They were now well provided with animals, each man having a good riding horse with a second horse for a pack, and some loose horses to be used in case of accident or for food. The salmon had not yet come up the river. They started on the 15th of June in a rain, and on the way found 3 deer, which their hunters had killed. They soon began to climb the mountains, and before long found themselves traveling over hard snow, which bore up their horses well. But it was evident that the journey would be too long to make, since for several days' travel there would be no food for the animals. So they were obliged to turn back and wait for the warmer weather. 2 men who had been sent back to the Indian village to hurry up the Indians who had promised to cross the mountains with them and make peace with the Indians on the upper Missouri returned with 3 Indians who agreed to go with them to the falls of the Missouri. A little later they started again, usually keeping on the divide in order to head all streams and not cross any running water. The country was completely covered with snow. On the 26th of June, they camped high up on the mountains, where there was good food for the horses. The traveling was pleasant, the snow hard. Their provisions had now about given out, however, except that they still had some roots. But now and then a deer was killed, which kept them from absolute starvation. By July 1st, they had reached a country where game was quite abundant, deer, elk, and bighorn being plenty in the neighborhood. It was determined to divide the party and to cover more country on the return than they had when coming out. Captain Lewis, with 9 men, was to go to the falls of the Missouri, leave 3 men there to prepare carts for transporting baggage and canoes across the portage, and with the remaining 6 to ascend Maria's River and explore the country there. The remainder of the party were to go to the head of the Jefferson River, where 9 men under Sergeant Ordway should descend it with the canoes. Captain Clark's party was to go to the Yellowstone, there build canoes, and go down that river with 7 men, while Sergeant Pryor, with 2 others, should take the horses overland to the Mandans, and thence go north to the British posts on the Assiniboine and induce Mr. Henry to persuade some of the Sioux chiefs to go with him to Washington. This plan was carried out. Captain Lewis kept on to the Dearborn River. This was a good game country, and they made rapid progress, and before long found themselves at their old station, White Bear Island. During the flood of the river, the water had entered their cache and spoiled much of their property. They had much trouble here with lost horses, and one of their men, riding suddenly upon a bear, his horse wheeled and threw him, and the bear drove him up a tree where he was kept all day. Captain Lewis now started to explore the Marias River, and following it up, almost reached the foot of the Rocky Mountains. Here they met a band of Indians who stated that they were Gros Ventres of the Prairie, or as Lewis and Clark put it, Minotari of Fort de Prairie, and who, after some hesitation, appeared to be friendly enough and smoked with Captain Lewis. They expressed themselves as willing to be at peace with the Indians across the mountains, but said that those Indians had lately killed a number of their relations. Captain Lewis kept a very close watch, fearing that the Indians would steal his horses. This did not happen, but on the following day, July 27th, the Indians seized the rifles of 4 of the party. As soon as Fields and his brothers saw the Indian running off with their 2 rifles, they pursued him and, overtaking him, stabbed him through the heart with a knife. The other guns were recovered without killing any of the Indians, but as they were trying to drive off the horses, Captain Lewis ordered the men to follow up the main party, who were driving the horses, and shoot them. He himself ran after 2 other Indians who were driving away another bunch of horses, and so nearly overtook them that they left 12 of their own animals, but continued to drive off one belonging to the white men. Captain Lewis had now run as far as he could, and calling to the Indians several times that unless they gave up the horse he would shoot, he finally did so and killed an Indian. The other men now began to come up, having recovered a considerable number of the horses. They had lost 1 of their own horses and captured 4 belonging to the Indians. They now retreated down the river with the horses that they had, but took nothing from the Indians' camp. These Indians were probably not Gros Ventres, as stated in the Lewis and Clark Journal. Precisely the same story was told me in the year 1888 by the oldest Indian in the Blackfoot camp, as having been witnessed by him in his boyhood on Birch Creek, a branch of the Marias. Wolf Calf, the narrator, was considered much the oldest Indian in the Piegan camp, and was supposed to be more than 95 years old. The Indian killed by Fields was named Sidehill Calf. He said that he was a boy with the Indian War Party. Captain Lewis, believing that they would be promptly pursued by a much larger party of Indians and attacked, at once began a retreat. The Indian horses, which had been captured, proved good ones. The plains were level, and they rode hard for more than 80 miles, only stopping twice to kill a buffalo and to rest their horses. They stopped at 2 o'clock in the morning, and at daylight started on again, and at last, when they reached the Missouri, they heard the report of a gun, and then a number of reports, and before long had the satisfaction of seeing their friends going down the river. They landed, and Captain Lewis's party, after turning loose the horses, embarked with the baggage and kept on down the stream. Before long, they met Sergeants Gass and Willard, who were bringing down horses from the falls, and now the whole party had come together, except Captain Clark's outfit, which had gone down the Yellowstone. The journey down the Missouri was quickly made, and at the mouth of the Yellowstone, a note was found from Captain Clark, who had gone on before them. Not far below this, Captain Lewis, while hunting elk on a Willow Grove sandbar, was shot in the thigh by his companion, Cruzate, who apparently mistook him for an elk, he being clad in buckskin. At first, Captain Lewis thought that they had been attacked by Indians, but no signs of Indians being found. The conclusion that Cruzat had shot him, apparently by mistake, seemed inevitable. On August 12th, they met Captain Clark's party, whose adventures had been much less startling than theirs. His party had started up Wisdom River on the west side of the mountains, and crossing over to the head of the Jefferson, had passed through a beautiful country, the Beaver Head, very lovely in its surroundings, with fertile soil and abounding in game. Most of the party had gone down the river in canoes, but a few men had been left on the land to drive down the horses. A part of these, Under Sergeant Ordway, kept on down the river, while at the mouth of the Madison, Captain Clark, with 10 men and the wife and child of Chaboneau, taking the 50 horses, crossed over to go to the Yellowstone and descend it. When they reached the Yellowstone, they followed it down for some little time, through a country abounding in buffalo, deer, and elk. Very likely they would have gone on farther but for an accident to one of the men, who was so badly hurt that he could not sit on his horse. Small timber being found, canoes were constructed, which were lashed together and loaded preparatory to setting out. While all this was being done, 24 of their horses disappeared, and a little search showed a piece of rope and a moccasin, which made it clear that the horses had been run off by the Indians. Sergeant Pryor, with 2 men, was ordered to take the remaining horses down the river to the mouth of the Bighorn, where they could cross, and from there he was to take them to the Mandans. The canoes which went on down the river passed various streams, and at one point came upon what appeared to have been a medicine lodge of the Blackfeet. At a stream to which they gave the name of Horse Creek, they found Pryor with his animals. He had had much trouble in driving the horses since, as many of them had been used by the Indians in hunting buffalo, whenever they saw a bunch of buffalo, they would set off in pursuit of them. To prevent this, Sergeant Pryor was obliged to send 1 man ahead of the horse herd to drive away the buffalo. From the top of Pompey's Pillar, Captain Clark had a wide and beautiful prospect over the country, dotted everywhere by herds of buffalo, elk, and wolves. Bighorn were abundant here and farther down the stream, and the noise of the buffalo, for this was now the rutting season, was continuous. The large herds of elk were so gentle that they might be approached within 20 paces without being alarmed. The abundance of buffalo was so great that the travelers were in great fear, either that they would come into their camp at night and destroy their boats by trampling on them, or that the herds, which were constantly crossing the river, would upset the boats. Bears also were very abundant and quite as fierce as they had been on the Missouri. Captain Clark killed 1, the largest female that they had seen, and so old that the canine teeth had been worn quite smooth. Mosquitoes here were terribly abundant. Several times, it is said, they alighted on the rifle barrels in such numbers that it was impossible to take sight. On August 8th, they were joined by Sergeant Pryor and his men, who had no horses. Every one of them had been taken off the second day after they left the party by Indians. They followed them for a short distance, but without overtaking them, and finally, coming back to the river, built 2 rowboats, in which they came down the stream with the utmost safety and comfort. On the 11th of August, they met 2 trappers who had left Illinois in the summer of 1804, and had spent the following winter with the Tetons, where they had robbed and swindled a French trader out of all his goods. They told Captain Clark that the Mandans and Minnetarees were at war with the Arikaras, and had killed 2 of them, and also that the Assiniboines were at war with the Mandans, news which could not have been very pleasing to the explorers, whose efforts on their way up the river had been so strong for peace. The party having come together on August 12th, they kept on down the river, and 2 days later reached the village of the Mandans. Here they had protracted councils with the Mandans and Minnetarees, and tried hard to persuade some of them to go on with them to Washington. Coulter applied to the commanding officers for permission to join the 2 trappers who had come down the river to this point, and he was accordingly discharged, supplied with powder and lead, and a number of other articles which might be useful to him. The next day, he started back up the river. What Coulter's subsequent adventures were is well known to anyone who has followed the course of early exploration in the West. Coulter's Hell, if we recollect right, was the first name ever applied to the geyser basins of the Yellowstone Park. Though the Mandans and Minnetarees were as friendly and hospitable as possible and gave them great stores of corn, none of the principal men would consent to go to Washington. They promised, however, to be more attentive to the requests of the white men, to keep the peace with their neighbors, and were greatly pleased and proud of the gift to the chief of the Minnetarees, Libornia, of the swivel, for which Captain Clark no longer had any use, as it could not be discharged from the canoes on which they were traveling. Here, too, they discharged their interpreter, Charbonneau, who wished to remain with his wife and child. One of the chiefs, Big White, consented, with his wife and child, to accompany the white men. Before the expedition finally left the village, there was a last talk with the Indians, who sent word to the Arikaras by Captain Clark, inviting them to come up and meet them, and saying that they really desired peace with the Arikaras, but that they could place no dependence on anything that the Sioux might say. Keeping on down the river, they found game plenty and the mosquitoes troublesome. At the Arikara village, they were well received and found there a camp of Cheyennes, also friendly. The Reese expressed willingness to follow the advice that Captain Clark had given them, but made many excuses for the failure to follow their counsels of the year before. The Cheyenne chief invited the white men to his lodge, and Captain Clark presented a medal to the chief, to that individual's great alarm, for he feared that it was medicine and might in some way harm him. The Cheyennes are described as friendly and well-disposed, though shy. The trip down the river was unmarked by adventure. Enormous quantities of buffalo were seen, and on the 30th of August, they came upon a party of Teton Sioux under a chief called Black Bull. Other Sioux were seen, and on September 3rd, they came to the trading post of a Mr. James Ayres, who presented each of the party with as much tobacco as he could use for the rest of the voyage, and also gave them a barrel of flour. Below the mouth of the Big Sioux River, they passed Floyd's grave, which they found had been opened. 2 days later, they passed the trading post of one of the Choteaus, and a little later the Platte, and at last, on September 20th, reached the little village of La Charrette. On September 23rd, they reached St. Louis and went on shore, where they received a most hearty and hospitable welcome from the whole village. Chapter 13. Zebulon M. Pike, 1. Side by side, in fact, though by no means in popular estimation, with the heroic explorers Lewis and Clark, stands Zebulon M. Pike, the young soldier who first reached the sources of the Mississippi, later those of the Arkansas, and who was one of the first genuine Americans to see the Spanish city of the Holy Faith. Born in New Jersey in 1779, Pike entered the Army in his father's regiment about the year 1794. In July 1805, a lieutenant, he was detailed by order of General James Wilkinson to explore the sources of the Mississippi. From this expedition, he returned in 1806, and shortly afterwards set out on an expedition up the Kansas River to the country of the Osages, and thence to the Kitcahock village of the Pawnees, then on the Republican River. From here, he went westward to the sources of the Arkansas River in what is now Colorado. On this expedition, he approached Santa Fe, was captured by the Spaniards, and escorted south through Mexico and what is now Texas to the Spanish-American boundary on the borders of the present state of Louisiana, where he was set free. It would be perhaps difficult to point out, since revolutionary times, a more heroic figure than that of Pike, or to name a man who did more for his country. It is chiefly as an explorer that we must now consider him, and must briefly tell the history of his journeyings for 2 years through that country which was then Louisiana. Yet his subsequent and involuntary wanderings through Mexico and Texas cannot be separated from his earlier travels. Sometime after his return from the Southwest, he wrote a book which was issued 4 years before the Journal of Lewis and Clark. In reviewing his life of exploration, we shall in large measure let him tell his own story. On the 9th of August, 1805, with 1 sergeant, 2 corporals, and 17 privates, Pike started from Mississippi River in a keel boat 70 feet long and provisioned for 4 months. The water was swift, the way hard, and they had much foul weather, which held them back and made their days and nights uncomfortable. Occasionally, they saw fishing camps of Indians and passed the farms of some Frenchmen, lately transferred without their knowledge or consent from allegiance to old France to citizenship in the new United States. One of Pike's especial duties was to conciliate the Indians he met, and, so far as possible, to arrange for peace between warring Aboriginal tribes. On the 20th, he came to a Sac village where he had a talk with the Indians, who listened to him respectfully and appeared to agree to what he said. Further along, he met villages of the Raynards, or Foxes, showing that at this time the Sacs and Foxes were living separately, though allies. The way was long, and progress, though often covering 30 or 40 miles a day, was slow, owing to the windings of the river. Pike was now approaching that debatable land over which the Sioux and Sauteurs, or Ojibwas, were continually fighting backward and forward. He tells of meeting September 1st, Monsieur Dubuque, who told him that these tribes were then engaged in active hostilities, and among other things, that a war party composed of Sacs, Renards, and Puants, Winnebagos, of 200 warriors, had embarked on an expedition against the Sauteurs, but they had heard that the chief, having had an unfavorable dream, persuaded the party to return, and that I would meet them on my voyage. This is interesting, as showing that at this time the Sacs and Foxes, who were of Algonquin stock, had allied themselves with the Winnebagos of Sioux stock against people of the latter race. Indians were abundant here and were always on the lookout for enemies. The firing of guns by Pike's party, who had landed to shoot wild pigeons, was the signal for some Indians in the neighborhood to rush to their canoes and hastily embark. Indeed, Pike was told that all the Indians had a dread of Americans, whom they believed to be very quarrelsome, very brave, and very much devoted to going to war, a reputation which had undoubtedly reached the savages through the English and French traders. A little further along, the Uisconsin River was reached, and they met the Falls Savoyne Indians, the Menominees, a tribe still existing at Green Bay, Wisconsin. Further on, he had a meeting with a number of Sioux and Pike reports at the council. On the arrival opposite the lodges, the men were paraded on the bank with their guns in their hands. They saluted us with ball with what might be termed 3 rounds, which I returned with 3 rounds from each boat with my blunderbusses. This salute, although nothing to soldiers accustomed to fire, would not be so agreeable to many people, as the Indians had all been drinking, and as some of them even tried their dexterity to see how near the boat they could strike. They may indeed be said to have struck on every side of us. When landed, I had my pistols in my belt and sword in hand. I was met on the bank by the chief and invited to his lodge. As soon as my guards were formed and sentinels posted, I accompanied him. Some of my men who were going up with me, I caused to leave their arms behind as a mark of confidence. At the chief's lodge, I found a clean mat and pillow for me to sit on, and the before-mentioned pipe on a pair of small crutches before me. The chief sat on my right hand, my interpreter, and Mr. Fraser on my left. After smoking, the chief spoke to the following purport: that notwithstanding he had seen me at the prairie, du chien, he was happy to take me by the hand among his own people, and there show his young men the respect due to their new father, President Jefferson. That, when at St. Louis in the spring, his father, General Wilkinson, had told him that if he looked down the river, he would see one of his young warriors, Pike, coming up. He now found it true, and he was happy to see me, who knew the Great Spirit was the father of all, both the white and the red people, and if one died, the other could not live long. That he had never been at war with their new father, and hoped always to preserve the same understanding that now existed, that he now presented me with a pipe to show to the upper bands as a token of our good understanding, and that they might see his work and imitate his conduct. That he had gone to St. Louis on a shameful visit to carry a murderer, but that we had given the man his life, and he thanked us for it. That he had provided something to eat, but he supposed I could not eat it, and if not, to give it to my young men. I replied that although I had told him at the prairie my business up the Mississippi, I would again relate it to him. I then mentioned the different objects I had in view with regard to the savages who had fallen under our protection by our late purchase from the Spaniards, the different posts to be established, the objects of these posts as related to them, supplying them with necessaries, having officers and agents of government near them to attend to their business, and above all, to endeavor to make peace between the Sioux and Sauteurs. That if it was possible on my return, I should bring some of the Sauteurs down with me, and take with me some of the Sioux chiefs to St. Louis, there to settle the long and bloody war which had existed between the two nations. That I accepted his pipe with pleasure as the gift of a great man, the chief of 4 bands, and a brother. That it should be used as he desired. I then eat of the dinner he had provided, which was very grateful. It was wild rye, rice, and venison, of which I sent 4 bowls to my men. I afterward went to a dance, the performance of which was attended with many curious maneuvers. Men and women danced indiscriminately. They were all dressed in the gayest manner. Each had in the hand a small skin of some description, and would frequently run up, point their skin, and give a puff with their breath, when the person blown at, whether man or woman, would fall, and appear to be almost lifeless or in great agony, but would recover slowly, rise, and join in the dance. This they called their great medicine, or, as I understood the word, dance of religion, the Indians believing that they actually puffed something into each other's bodies, which occasioned the falling, etc. It is not every person who is admitted. Persons wishing to join them must first make valuable presents to the society to the amount of $40 or $50, give a feast, and then be admitted with great ceremony. Mr. Fraser informed me that he was once in the lodge with some young men who did not belong to the club. When one of the dancers came in, they immediately threw their blankets over him and forced him out of the lodge. He laughed, but the young Indians called him a fool, and said he did not know what the dancer might blow into his body. I returned to my boat, sent for the chief, and presented him with 2 carrots of tobacco, 4 knives, half a pound of vermilion, and 1 quart of salt. Mr. Fraser asked Liberty to present them some rum. We made up a keg between us of 8 gallons, 2 gallons of whiskey, the rest water. Mr. Fraser informed the chief that he dared not give them any without my permission. The chief thanked me for all my presents and said they must come free, as he did not ask for them. I replied that to those who did not ask for anything, I gave freely, but to those who asked for much, I gave only a little or none. We embarked about 3:30, came 3 miles, and camped on the west side. Mr. Fraser we left behind, but he came up with his 2 pirogues about dusk. It commenced raining very hard. In the night, a pirogue arrived from the lodges at his camp. During our stay at their camp, there were soldiers appointed to keep the crowd from my boats, who executed their duty with vigilance and rigor, driving men, women, and children back whenever they came near my boats. At my departure, their soldiers said, as I had shaken hands with their chief, they must shake hands with my soldiers, in which request I willingly indulged them. Pike was now journeying through the country, passed over 40 years before by Carver, and he was evidently familiar with his journeyings. Of La Crosse Prairie, he says, on this prairie, Mr. Fraser showed me some holes dug by the Sioux when in expectation of an attack, into which they first put their women and children, and then crawl themselves. They were generally round and about 10 feet in diameter, but some were half moons and quite a breastwork. This I understood was the chief work, which was the principal redoubt. Their modes of constructing them are, the moment they apprehend or discover an enemy on the prairie, they commence digging with their knives, tomahawks, and a wooden ladle, and in an incredibly short space of time, they have a hole sufficiently deep to cover themselves and their families from the balls or arrows of the enemy. They, enemies, have no idea of taking these subterraneous redoubts by storm, as they would probably lose a great number of men in the attack. And although they might be successful in the event, it would be considered a very imprudent action. Heretofore, but little food had been killed by the expedition, except pigeons, but they were now getting into a country where there was more or less game. On September 14th, Pike, who had gone ashore with 3 others of his party to hunt, saw abundant sign of elk, but failed to see any of them, though his men saw 3 from the boat. And from this time forth, more or less mention is made of game by short entries, such as, saw 3 bears swimming over the river, killed a deer, killed 3 geese and a raccoon, and other similar notes. On the 23rd of September, Pike held a council with the Sioux, who, hearing by a rumor of his arrival in the country, returned from a war party on which they had set out. He talked with these Sioux on many matters, of which the principal one was the granting by the Indians of a site near the Falls of St. Anthony for a military post, as well as the establishment of peace between the Ojibwas and Sioux. 3 important chiefs named Little Crow, Risen Moose, and the son of Pinchu, replied, promising him about 100,000 acres of land, as well as a safe conduct for himself and such Ojibwa chiefs as he might bring back with him. They were doubtful, however, about the prospects of making a peace with their old-time enemies. The treaty, or grant, was drawn up and signed, and the Sioux returned to their homes. The following day, the flag from Pike's boat was missing. This he naturally regarded as a very serious misfortune. He punished his sentry, and calling up his friend, Risen Moose, told him of the trouble, and urged him to try to recover the flag, for he was not by any means sure that it had not been stolen by an Indian. However, the next day he was called out of bed by Little Crow, some of whose people had found the flag floating in the water below their village, and believing that this must mean that the white men had been attacked, Little Crow had come up to see what the matter was. The appearance of the flag at Little Crow's village had put an end to a quarrel which was in progress between his people and those of a chief called White Goose. Pike says, the parties were charging their guns and preparing for action when, lo, the flag appeared like a messenger of peace, sent to prevent their bloody purposes. They were all astonished to see it. The staff was broken. Then Petit Corbeau arose and spoke to this effect, that a thing so sacred had not been taken from my boat without violence, that it would be proper for them to hush all private animosities until they had revenged the cause of their eldest brother, that he would immediately go up to St. Peter's to know what dogs had done that thing, in order to take steps to get satisfaction of those who had done the mischief. They all listened to this reasoning. He immediately had the flag put out to dry, and embarked for my camp. I was much concerned to hear of the blood likely to have been shed, and gave him 5 yards of blue stroud, 3 yards of calico, 1 handkerchief, 1 carrot of tobacco, and 1 knife, in order to make peace among his people. He promised to send my flag by land to the falls, and to make peace with Utard Blanche. The flag was returned 2 days later by 2 young Indians who had brought it overland. It was now October and clear weather, the thermometer falling sometimes to 0. Hitherto, the principal food killed had been geese, swans, and prairie chickens. But on October 6th, Pike saw his first elk, 2 droves of them. As they kept on up the river, geese, ducks, and grouse, with occasionally a deer, continued to be secured. Frequently, Pike found hanging to the branches of the trees sacrifices left there by the Indians. These were sometimes bits of cloth, or articles of clothing, or painted skins. As the weather grew colder and ice was often met with, Pike began to think of a place where he should winter. The boats were becoming very leaky, and the men, terribly overworked, were losing strength and becoming inefficient. He therefore determined to make a permanent camp, afterward called Pike's Fort, and to leave a part of his men there in blockhouses while he proceeded up the river. But before the separation took place, there was much to be done. Happily, the country abounded in game, so that for those who were to be left behind, there would be no danger of starvation. Pike went out one morning and killed 4 bears, while his hunters killed 3 deer. Log houses were built, and several small canoes were made for travel on the river. But after his canoes were launched and loaded, one of them sank and wet his ammunition, and in endeavoring to dry the powder in pots, he blew up the powder and the tent in which he was working. It being necessary to build another canoe, Pike again went off to hunt to a stream where much elk and buffalo sign had been seen. The day following was spent in hunting, but with very little result, and the account which Pike gives of it shows how little the explorer and his party knew about the game that they were pursuing, or the proper methods of securing it. He says, "I was determined, if we came on a trail of elk, to follow them a day or two in order to kill one. This, to a person acquainted with the nature of those animals and the extent of the prairie in this country, would appear what it really was, a very foolish resolution." We soon struck where a herd of 150 had passed, pursued, and came in sight about 8 o'clock, when they appeared at a distance, like an army of Indians moving along in single file. A large buck of at least 4 feet between the horns leading the van, and one of equal magnitude bringing up the rear. We followed until near night without once being able to get within point-blank shot. I once made Miller fire at them with his musket at about 400 yards distance. It had no other effect than to make them leave us about 5 miles behind on the prairie. Passed several deer in the course of the day, which I think we could have killed, but did not fire for fear of alarming the elk. Finding that it was no easy matter to kill one, I shot a doe through the body, as I perceived by her blood where she lay down in the snow. Yet, not knowing how to track, we lost her. Shortly after, saw 3 elk by themselves near a copse of woods. Approached near them and broke the shoulder of one, but he ran off with the other 2 just as I was about to follow. Saw a buck deer lying on the grass. Shot him between the eyes when he fell over. I walked up to him, put my foot on his horns, and examined the shot. Immediately after which he snorted, bounced up, and fell 5 steps from me. This I considered his last effort, but soon after, to our utter astonishment, he jumped up and ran off. He stopped frequently. We pursued him, expecting him to fall every minute, by which we were led from the pursuit of the wounded elk. After being wearied out in this unsuccessful chase, we returned in. Pursuit of the wounded elk. And when we came up to the party, found him missing from the flock. Shot another in the body, but my ball being small, he likewise escaped. Wounded another deer, when hungry, cold, and fatigued. After having wounded 3 deer and 2 elk, we were obliged to encamp in a point of hemlock woods on the head of Clear River. The large herd of elk lay about 1 mile from us in the prairie. Our want of success I ascribe to the smallness of our balls, and to our inexperience in following the track after wounding the game, for it is very seldom a deer drops on the spot you shoot it. Sunday, November 3rd, rose pretty early and went in pursuit of the elk. Wounded 1 buck deer on the way. We made an attempt to drive them into the woods, but their leader broke past us, and it appeared as if the drove would have followed him, though they had been obliged to run over us. We fired at them passing, but without effect. Pursued them through the swamp until about 10 o'clock, when I determined to attempt to make the river, and for that purpose took a due south course. Passed many droves of elk and buffalo, but being in the middle of an immense prairie, knew it was folly to attempt to shoot them. Wounded several deer, but got none. In fact, I knew I could shoot as many deer as anybody, but neither myself nor company could find one in 10, whereas one experienced hunter would get all. Near night struck a lake about 5 miles long and 2 miles wide. Saw immense droves of elk on both banks. About sundown saw a herd crossing the prairie toward us. We sat down. 2 bucks, more curious than the others, came pretty close. I struck one behind the foreshoulder. He did not go more than 20 yards before he fell and died. This was the cause of much exultation because it fulfilled my determination. And as we had been 2 days and nights without victuals, it was very acceptable. Found some scrub oak. In about 1 mile made a fire, and with much labor and pains got our meat to it, the wolves feasting on one half while we were carrying away the other. We were now provisioned, but were still in want of water, the snow being all melted. Finding my drought very excessive in the night, I went in search of water, and was much surprised after having gone about a mile to strike the Mississippi, filled my hat, and returned to my companions. November 4th, repaired my moccasins using a piece of elk's bone as an awl. We both went to the Mississippi and found we were a great distance from the camp. I left Miller to guard the meat and marched for camp. Having strained my ankles in the swamps, they were extremely sore, and the strings of my moccasins cut them and made them swell considerably. Before I had gone far, I discovered a herd of 10 elk, approached within 50 yards, and shot one through the body. He fell on the spot, but rose again and ran off. I pursued him at least 5 miles, expecting every minute to see him drop. I then gave him up. When I arrived at Clear River, a deer was standing on the other bank. I killed him on the spot. And while I was taking out the entrails, another came up. I shot him also. This was my last ball, and then only could I kill. Left part of my clothes at this place to scare the wolves. Arrived at my camp at dusk, to the great joy of our men, who had been to our little garrison to inquire for me, and receiving no intelligence, had concluded we were killed by the Indians, having heard them fire on the opposite bank. The same night we saw fires on the opposite shore in the prairie. This was likewise seen in the fort when all the men moved into the works. It was now the middle of November, and the river was closing up. Pike was obliged to hunt practically all the time, and was impatient of the slavish life led by the hunter, and the necessity of working all the time to support his party. Under such conditions, the pursuit of game becomes work and not play. After the winter had finally set in, Indians began to be seen. Some of them Sioux, Yanktons, and Sissetons, and some Menominees. A considerable part of the month of December was spent at various camps along the Mississippi River below the mouth of the Crow Wing River, and the time was devoted to killing game and making preparations for the northward journey. About the middle of the month, Pike started with sleds, sometimes hauled by men across the prairies, and sometimes along the ice on the river, wherever it was heavy enough to bear the load. The way was hard, and sometimes only short trips could be made with the sleds. As there was little or no snow, the men were obliged to double up, hauling a sled for a short distance, and then leaving it to go back and haul the next one along. One of the sleds broke through the ice, and everything it contained was wetted, including a considerable portion of the powder. Pike found his various duties laborious, for he was at once hunter, spy, guide, commanding officer, etc. In January, he met a Mr. Grant, an English trader, by whom he was hospitably received and well treated. About the middle of the month, finding that his sleds were too heavy to be hauled through the snow, he manufactured toboggans, which would be more easily hauled, even though they carried smaller loads. On the 1st of February, he reached Lake La Sang Sue, now known as Leech Lake. This Pike believed to be the main source of the Mississippi. The lake crossed, he stopped at a trading post of the Northwest Fur Company, where his men arrived 5 days later. Here, he hoisted the American flag in place of the English flag, which he had found still flying. and after a few days went north to Upper Red Cedar Lake, which we now know as Cass Lake, Minnesota. This was a country passed over in 1798 by David Thompson, a great explorer whose journeyings, together with those of Alexander Henry the Younger, were edited by Dr. Elliott Coues. Pike was now in the country of the Chippewas, whom he knew by their other name, Sauteurs, and on July 16th held a council with them, notifying them that the country was no longer in the possession of the British, advising them to make peace with the Sioux, and asking some of their chiefs to go with him to St. Louis, where they should see General Wilkinson. His talk with the Indians was pleasantly received, and they made no difficulty about giving up their flags and medals, which were to be replaced by flags and medals of the Americans. Two well-known young men of the Sauteurs living hereabout expressed their willingness to accompany the explorer to St. Louis, and a day or two later, Pike struck out in a southerly and southeasterly direction to return to his fort on the Mississippi. He reached that river about March 1st and found all his people well. Pike was now prepared to start south as soon as the river broke up and to report success in all directions. A success due entirely to his own astonishing energy and industry, for he alone had made the expedition what it was. Something of what he felt he expressed when he wrote, "Ascended the mountain which borders the prairie. On the point of it I found a stone on which the Indians had sharpened their knives, and a war club half finished. From this spot you may extend the eye over vast prairies with scarcely any interruption but clumps of trees, which at a distance appear like mountains, from 2 or 3 of which the smoke rising in the air denoted the habitation of the wandering savage, and too often marked them out as victims to their enemies, from whose cruelty I have had the pleasure in the course of the winter, and through a wilderness of immense extent to relieve them, as peace has reigned through my mediation from the Prairie des Chiens to the lower Red River. If a subaltern with but 20 men at so great a distance from the seat of his government could effect so important a change in the minds of these savages, what might not a great and independent power effect if, instead of blowing up the flames of discord, they exerted their influence in the sacred cause of peace?" He was frequently seeing Indians, and he was treated with great respect and hospitality by all of them. He was especially impressed by his neighbors, the Menominees, in whom he recognized many good qualities. On the morning of April 7, 1806, the party started on the return journey and made good time down the river, reaching the Falls of St. Anthony, where Minneapolis now stands, on the morning of April chapter 10th. Below here, on the following day, at the mouth of St. Peter's River, was found a camp of Sioux, including several bands, and Pike had a talk with them. The council house was capable of containing 300 men, and there were 40 chiefs present, and 40 pipes set against the poles. At the council, all these Sioux smoked the Chippewa pipes, excepting 3 who were still mourning for their relations killed during the winter. Within the next 2 or 3 days, he met important Sioux chiefs, Little Crow and Red Wing, who were extremely cordial and emphatic in expressing their wish to carry out the instructions which Pike had given them. From here down the river, the journey was interrupted only by occasional talks with Indians until Prairie des Chiens was reached, where there were many white people, and Pike received the first news of the outside world he had had for many months. He saw here a great game of lacrosse on the prairie between Sioux on one side and Winnebagos and Foxes on the other. Councils were held here with various bands of Sioux and with the Winnebagos. On April 23rd, they once more started down the river, but were delayed by a headwind. 2 days later, Captain Maney of the United States Army was met on his way up the river in search of some Osage prisoners among the Sacs and Foxes. At some of the Indian camps passed, all the people were drunk, sure sign of the proximity of the white men. This practically completes Pike's voyage, for he reached St. Louis April 30th after an absence of 8 months and 22 days. Chapter 14, Zebulon M. Pike,
2.
On his return to St. Louis, after nearly 9 months of the hardest possible work in the North, Pike was allowed but a short rest. 2 months and a half later, he set out on his western journey, which was to last a year, and during which he was to meet with vicissitudes which no one could have foreseen. It is not strange that he should have been chosen for the work of exploration in the Southwest, which had for its object the investigation of the heads of the rivers flowing through the newly acquired Louisiana, making acquaintance with the Indians inhabiting the region, and putting an end to the constant wars between the different tribes. The good results achieved along the Mississippi had proved his especial fitness for similar work in other portions of the new domain of the United States, and were reason enough for giving Pike the command of this expedition. But it is altogether possible that General Wilkinson, then the commanding officer stationed at St. Louis in charge of the whole western country, may have had an ulterior object in sending Pike to investigate the Spanish boundaries of the Southwest. It had been more than suspected that in some way Wilkinson was mixed up with the Aaron Burr conspiracy. Whether he was so or not, the Spanish authorities of Mexico believed that he was, and believed that the expedition led by Pike, of which they were informed well in advance, was connected with this conspiracy and had for its object the acquiring of information detrimental to Spanish interests. At all events, the Spaniards had made every preparation to meet Pike and to capture his party, while Pike himself was intent only on carrying out his instructions to explore the heads of these western rivers, and was ignorant of the existence of Burr's conspiracy. On July 15, 1806, Pike sailed from St. Louis up the Missouri River. With him were a lieutenant, a surgeon, Dr. Robinson, 1 sergeant, 2 corporals, 16 privates, and 1 interpreter, 21 soldiers and 2 civilians, or 23 in all. Several of the party had been with Pike in the north. There were 51 Indians who had been redeemed from captivity among the Potawatomis and were now to be returned to the Osage and Pawnee tribes to which they belonged. 2 days after leaving St. Louis, the party stopped at Mr. Morrison's, and there met a young man named George Henry, who wanted to go west, and after a little time was engaged to accompany the party. He was a good French scholar and spoke some Spanish. Progress with the boats, which were rowed up the stream, was of course slow, and Lieutenant Wilkinson and Dr. Robinson with the Indians marched across the country, while the boats toilfully pulled up the river. They killed some game, chiefly deer and turkeys. The Indians had a season of mourning each day about daylight, the crying continuing for about an hour. The interpreter told Pike that this was the custom, not only with those who had recently lost their relatives, but also with others who recalled to mind the loss of some friend dead long since, and joined the other mourners purely from sympathy. They appeared extremely affected. Tears ran down their cheeks, and they sobbed bitterly. But in a moment they would dry their cheeks and cease their cries. Their songs of grief ran, "My dear father exists no longer. Have pity on me, O Great Spirit. You see I cry forever. Dry my tears and give me comfort." The warriors' songs were, "Our enemies have slain my father or mother. He is lost to me and his family. I pray to you, O Master of life, to preserve me until I avenge his death, and then do with me as thou wilt." On the 28th of July, the party reached the mouth of the Osage River, and on the next day turned up the stream, heading for the Osage villages, where they were to leave a part of their Indians, and were to impress on the Osages the power and importance of the United States government. Game was quite abundant, and deer and turkeys were killed daily, 2, 3, 5, and on one day even 9 deer having been taken, for the large body of men required considerable food. There was trouble with the Indians from time to time. Some became jealous of their wives and quarreled with other men, and on one occasion there was some pilfering. But on the whole, Pike managed the Indians extremely well. On the 14th of August, a canoe was met coming down the river, manned by engagees of Mr. Choteau of St. Louis, by whom Pike sent letters to General Wilkinson. Relatives of the returned Osage prisoners came out to receive them. The meeting was very tender and affectionate, wives throwing themselves into the arms of their husbands, parents embracing their children, and children their parents, brothers and sisters meeting, one from captivity, the other from the towns. They at the same time returning thanks to the good God for having brought them once more together. In short, the tout ensemble was such as to make polished society blush when compared with those savages, in whom the passions of the mind, whether joy, grief, fear, anger, or revenge, have their full scope. Sans Oreille, one of the Osages, made them a speech. Osage, you now see your wives, your brothers, your daughters, your sons, redeemed from captivity. Who did this? Was it the Spaniards? No. The French? No. Had either of those people been governors of the country, your relatives might have rotted in captivity, and you never would have seen them. But Americans stretched forth their hands, and they are returned to you. What can you do in return for all this goodness? Nothing. All your lives would not suffice to repay their goodness. This man had children in captivity, not one of whom the party had been able to obtain for him. In the Odigid village, Pike was well received, but a few days in the town and its neighborhood showed him some of the uncertainties of attempting to deal with a strange people. He had great difficulty in purchasing horses for his intended trip to the Pawnees, and where he had secured horses, some of them were stolen from him. However, after considerable difficulty, he got started, taking with him a number of Osages, warriors, and chiefs, whom he wished to have made peace with the Pawnees, and also some of the redeemed Pawnee captives. From the very start, however, the Osages were a trouble to him, for they were constantly leaving him to return to their village, urged to do so by dreams or by laziness, or perhaps by fear of what their reception might be among the Pawnees. From the Osage village, Pike traveled nearly south along the Osage River for several days, and then turning west, crossed Grand River, a tributary of the Arkansas, and going nearly due west to the head of this stream, crossed over the divide to the Smoky Hill Fork of the Kansas River. Along Grand River game was very abundant, and here we have a glimpse of a quality in Pike which we must admire. On the march, he tells us, we were continually passing through large herds of buffalo, elk, and cabri, antelope, and I have no doubt that one hunter could support 200 men. I prevented the men shooting at the game, not merely because of the scarcity of ammunition, but as I conceived, the laws of morality forbid it also. On September 22nd, they began to meet Pawnees, and 2 days later, others joined them, who possessed mules, horses' bridles, and blankets, which they had obtained of the Spaniards. Only a few of these Pawnees wore breech cloths, most of them being clad only in buffalo robes. On September 25th, Pike had come close to the Pawnee village, which was situated on the Republican fork of the Kansas River, quite a long way above the mouth of the Solomon. Preparations to receive them and to smoke with the Osages were made by the Pawnees. The visiting Indians sat down on the prairie, and the whites were a short distance in advance of them. The Pawnees came out from their village, halted about a mile from the strangers, and then, dividing into two troops, charged down upon them, singing their war song, shouting the war cry, rattling their lances and bows against their shields, and in all respects simulating the character of genuine warfare. The two bodies of Pawnees passed around the strangers and halted, and the chief of the Pawnees advanced to the center of the circle and shook hands. One of the Osages offered the chief a pipe, and he smoked. The whole party then advanced to the village, and when near to it again halted. Again the Osages sat down in a row, facing the village, and now some of the Pawnees came to them with pipes, and invited one and another to smoke. The Osages did so, and each received from the man whose pipe he smoked a stick, which represented a horse. These Pawnees no doubt belonged to the Republican Pawnees, or Kitkahawk tribe, the second in importance of the 4 Pawnee tribes. 4 days later, a council was held at which not less than 400 warriors were present. Pike's notes of this interesting occasion were seized by the Spanish authorities later, and he never recovered them. He gives, however, this interesting flag incident. The Spaniards had left several of their flags in this village, one of which was unfurled at the chief's door the day of the Grand Council, and among various demands and charges I gave them was that the said flag should be delivered to me, and one of the United States flags received and hoisted in its place. This probably was carrying the pride of nations a little too far, as there had so lately been a large force of Spanish cavalry at the village, which had made a great impression on the minds of the young men as to their power, consequence, etc., which my appearance with 20 infantry was by no means calculated to remove. After the chiefs had replied to various parts of my discourse, but were silent as to the flag, I again reiterated the demand for the flag, adding that it was impossible for the nation to have 2 fathers, that they must either be the children of the Spaniards or acknowledge their American father. After a silence of some time, an old man rose, went to the door, took down the Spanish flag, brought it, and laid it at my feet. He then received the American flag and elevated it on the staff which had lately borne the standard of his Catholic Majesty. This gave great satisfaction to the Osage and Khans, both of whom decidedly avow themselves to be under American protection. Perceiving that every face in the council was clouded with sorrow, as if some great national calamity were about to befall them, I took up the contested colors and told them that as they had shown themselves dutiful children in acknowledging their great American father, I did not wish to embarrass them with the Spaniards, for it was the wish of the Americans that their red brethren should remain peaceably around their own fires and not embroil themselves in any disputes between the white people, and that for fear the Spaniards might return there in force again, I returned them their flag, but with an injunction that it should never be hoisted again during our stay. At this, there was a general shout of applause, and the charge was particularly attended to. The raising of the American flag by Pike in the village of the Pawnee Republicans on September 29, 1806, marks perhaps the first formal display of that flag by a soldier in the territory west of the immediate banks of the Mississippi River. This has properly been regarded as an occasion of very great importance and one well worthy of commemoration. The Historical Society of Kansas, on September 30th, 1901, unveiled with appropriate ceremonies a monument to Pike at Cortland, Kansas, a point which has been identified as the site of the ancient Kitcahock village at which he stopped when he held his council with the Indians and took down the Spanish flag and raised that of his own country. For some days, Pike remained with the Pawnees, and these must have been days of more or less anxiety. The Indians had no sentiments of attachment for either Americans or Spaniards, but they had undoubtedly been much impressed by the greater power of the Spaniards, as evidenced by the expedition which had but just left them, and they were not without fear that wars might occur between the representatives of the different nations, from which wars they would gain nothing and might lose much. The Pawnee chief endeavored to turn Pike back, saying that he had persuaded the Spaniards to forego their intention of proceeding farther to the east, and that he had promised the Spaniards that he would turn back the Americans. He told Pike that he must give up his expedition and return, and that if he were unwilling to do this, the Pawnees would oppose him by force of arms. Pike, of course, declined to turn back and intimated that an effort to stop him would be resisted. For some days now, he was trading with the Indians for horses, but they were unwilling to sell them, and some of those newly purchased disappeared. However, on the 7th of October, he marched from the village, moving a little west of south. The lost horses had by this time been returned. On the second day out, he was overtaken by about 1/3 of the Pawnees, who remained with them only a short time. A little later, Pike's party discovered some elk, which they pursued, and these, running back in sight of the Pawnees, were chased by them. Then, for the first time in my life, said Pike, I saw animals slaughtered by the true savages with their original weapons, bows and arrows. They buried the arrow up to the plume in the animal. They met Pawnees from time to time for a few days, and on the 15th, Pike and Dr. Robinson left the party and lost them, not finding them until the 18th. Their camp was on the Arkansas River, where Pike built boats to send Lieutenant Wilkinson and some men down the river, and so back to the settlements. On the 28th, Lieutenant Wilkinson, in a skin canoe made of 4 buffalo and 2 elk hides and 1 wooden canoe, proceeded down the river. The party consisted of Lieutenant Wilkinson, 5 white men, and 2 Osage Indians. From here, for a long distance, Pike's route lay up the Arkansas River. Soon they came into a country abounding in buffalo, antelope, and wild horses. The antelope were so curious that they came up among the horses to satisfy their curiosity, and the men could not resist the temptation of killing too, although they had plenty of meat. At the report of the gun, the game appeared astonished and stood still until we hallooed at them to drive them away. Herds of horses were seen, which came up very close to the command. An effort was made to rope some of the wild horses, but as the animals ridden by, the men were slow, and the ropers were without experience. The attempt was unsuccessful. And of this, Pike says, "I have since laughed at our folly, for taking wild horses in that manner is scarcely ever attempted, even with the fleetest horses and most expert ropers." The method pursued by the Spanish in Texas to capture wild horses was not unlike the old Indian fashion of taking buffalo. They take a few fleet horses and proceed into the country where the wild horses are numerous. They then build a large, strong enclosure with a door which enters a smaller enclosure. From the entrance of the large pen, they project wings out into the prairie a great distance, and then set up bushes to induce the horses, when pursued, to enter into these wings. After these preparations are made, they keep a lookout for a small drove, for if they unfortunately should start too large a one, they either burst open the pen or fill it up with dead bodies, and the others run over them and escape. In which case the party are obliged to leave the place, as the stench arising from the putrid carcasses would be insupportable, and in addition to this, the pen would not receive others. Should they, however, succeed in driving in a few, say 200 or 300, they select the handsomest and youngest, noose them, take them into the small enclosures, and then turn out the remainder, after which, by starving, preventing them taking any repose, and continually keeping them in motion, they make them gentle by degrees, and finally break them to submit to the saddle and bridle. For this business, I presume there is no nation in the world superior to the Spaniards of Texas. Buffalo on the Southern Plains. From Kendall's narrative of the Texas Santa Fe expedition, as they proceeded westward, they found the prairie covered with buffalo, most of them cows and calves. Pike dilates on their numbers and speaks of the excellence of the flesh of the buffalo, which he says was equal to any meat I ever saw, and we feasted sumptuously on the choice morsels. From time to time, they came upon the trail of the Spaniards, returning to their mountain homes, and counted the fires about which these people had encamped. Now their horses were beginning to grow poor and weak, owing to the scanty pasturage. And now, too, November 12th, Pike passed beyond the borders of the present Kansas and into what is now the state of Colorado. On November 15th, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I thought I could distinguish a mountain to our right, which appeared like a small blue cloud. Viewed it with the spyglass, and was still more confirmed in my conjecture, yet only communicated it to Dr. Robinson, who was in front with me. But in half an hour, they appeared in full view before us. When our small party arrived on the hill, they with one accord gave 3 cheers to the Mexican mountains. Their appearance can easily be imagined by those who have crossed the Alleghanies, but their sides were whiter, as if covered with snow or a white stone. Those were a spur of the grand western chain of mountains which divide the waters of the Pacific from those of the Atlantic Ocean. and the spur divides the waters which empty into the bay of the Holy Spirit from those of the Mississippi, as the Alleghanies do those which discharge themselves into the latter river and the Atlantic. They appear to present a natural boundary between the province of Louisiana and New Mexico, and would be a defined and natural boundary. On the same day, they came to the Purgatory River, or River of Souls. Here, the Arkansas appeared to carry much more water than below, and was apparently navigable. Chapter 15, Zebulon M. Pike. 3. On November 22nd, as Pike and Dr. Robinson and Vasquez, the interpreter, were riding ahead of the command, they met a party of 60 Pawnees returning from an unsuccessful war party. Half of them were armed with guns, and about half with bows, arrows, and lances. They met the white men in a very friendly manner, but crowded about them, and at the same time treated them in so boisterous and disrespectful and yet good-natured a way as to cause them some uneasiness. Pike prepared to smoke with them and offered them some small presents with which they were quite dissatisfied, so that for some time the pipes lay unmoved, as if they were undetermined whether to treat us as friends or enemies. But after some time, we were presented with a kettle of water, drank, smoked, and ate together. The Pawnees treated the presents given them with more or less contempt, and some even threw them away. We began to load our horses when they encircled us and commenced stealing everything they could. Finding it was difficult to preserve my pistols, I mounted my horse when I found myself frequently surrounded, during which some were endeavoring to steal the pistols. The doctor was equally engaged in another quarter, and all the soldiers in their positions in taking things from them. One having stolen my tomahawk, I informed the chief, but he paid no respect except to reply that they were pitiful. Finding this, I determined to protect ourselves as far as was in my power, and the affair began to take a serious aspect. I ordered my men to take their arms and separate themselves from the savages, at the same time declaring to them that I would kill the first man who touched our baggage. On which they commenced filing off immediately. We marched about the same time and found they had made out to steal one sword, tomahawk, broadaxe, 5 canteens, and sundry other small articles. After leaving them, when I reflected on the subject, I felt myself sincerely mortified that the smallness of my number obliged me thus to submit to the insults of lawless banditti, it being the first time a savage ever took anything from me with the least appearance of force. It was near the end of November. Provisions were scarce, but on the 26th, Pike killed a new species of deer, a blacktail or mule deer. The real troubles of the expedition were beginning, for the weather was growing cold, snow fell, and the water was freezing. The men who had started from St. Louis in July, prepared for a summer excursion, had worn out their shoes and clothing, and were half naked in winter among the high mountains of the Rockies. Some of them froze their feet. They made such footgear as they could from the hide of the buffalo, but many had used up their blankets by cutting them to pieces for socks, and had nothing with which to cover themselves at night, no matter how cold the weather or how deep the snow. Pike worked backward and forward among the canyons, on streams at the head of the Arkansas, and passed over the divide between that river and the headwaters of the South Platte, and then back onto the Arkansas, near what is now called the Royal Gorge. Here he came on the site of an immense Indian camp, occupied not long before, which had a large cross in the middle, and which, though he then did not know it, was a big camp of Kiowas and Comanches, with whom had been a white man, James Pursley. The party was constantly suffering for food, and often went for days without eating, and were almost without protection from the weather. Pike never ceased his efforts to cross the mountains to the supposed head of the Red River, the Canadian, which he had been ordered to find. Deep though the snow might be, and bitter the cold, with his men and himself equally hungry and equally frozen, passing through a country almost impracticable for horses, where the animals themselves had to be dragged along and often unloaded and hauled up steep mountain sides, he kept on. On some occasions, the little party of 16 were divided into 8 different expeditions, struggling not along the trail, but to get over the mountains, on the one hand and on the other, to kill something which might give food to the party. Their guns now had begun to fail them. A number burst, others were bent and broken by the rough usage. Even Pike, who scarcely ever permits a word of complaint to escape him, says on January 5th, after breaking his gun, "This was my birthday, and most fervently did I hope never to pass another so miserably." Matters had reached such a point that it was useless to attempt to drag the horses any further. Pike determined to build a small blockhouse and leave there a part of his baggage, the horses and 2 men, and then, with the remainder of their possessions on their backs, to cross the mountains on foot, find the Red River, and send back a party to bring on the horses and baggage by some easy route. They started on January 14th, each carrying an average of 70 pounds, and marched nearly south, following up the stream now known as Grape Creek. They had not gone far before the men began to freeze their feet and were unable to travel. They had little or no food, but at last, Dr. Robinson, after 2 days hunting, during which they met with constant misfortunes, managed to kill a buffalo, loads of which were brought back to camp, leaving 2 of the disabled men behind, with as much provision as possible, promising to send relief to them as soon as they could. Pike and the others pushed on, making their slow way through the deep snow. They were soon again without food, and again the doctor and Pike, who appeared to have been by all odds the men of the party, succeeded in killing a buffalo and satisfying the hunger of the company. It was on this day, January 24th, that Pike heard the first complaint. One of his men declared that it was more than human nature could bear to march 3 days without sustenance, through snows 3 feet deep, and carry a burden only fit for horses. This was very bitter to the leader, and he administered a rebuke, which, though severe, was so eminently just and sympathetic as to increase the devotion which his men must have felt for such a leader. For a little time they had food, and the weather became more mild. Now, turning to the right, they crossed through the mountains and came within sight of a large river flowing nearly north and south. This, although the explorer did not know it, was the Rio Grande del Norte. Traveling down toward this stream, they came to a large west branch, and here Pike determined to build a fort for a protection for a portion of his party, while the remainder should be sent back to bring on the men who had been left behind at different points. Deer were plenty, and it seemed to be a spot where life could be supported. Pike laid out a plan for his blockhouse, which was on the edge of the river and was surrounded by a moat and a dirt rampart. From this point, Dr. Robinson set out alone for Santa Fe. The purpose of his trip was to spy out the land and to learn what he could with regard to the Spanish government and the opportunities for trade there. In the year 1804, Mr. Morrison, a merchant of Kaskaskia, had sent across the plains a Creole of the country, one Baptiste Lalande, with goods which he was to trade at Santa Fe. Lalande had never returned, and it was believed that he had remained in Santa Fe and had appropriated to himself the property of his employer. When Pike was about to start on his westward expedition, Mr. Morrison made over to him his claim on Lalande, in the hope that some of his property might be recovered, and this claim assigned to Robinson was the pretext for his trip to Santa Fe. In other words, Robinson was, as Dr. Coues remarked, a spy. It is true that Spain and the United States were not then at war, but there was a more or less hostile feeling between the two governments, or, if not between the two governments, at least between the citizens of the two powers residing on the borders of the respective territories. More than that, as already stated, the Ehrenberg conspiracy, with which Pike was wholly unacquainted, was known to the Spaniards, as was also Pike's starting for the West. The Spanish authorities unquestionably connected the two things and were disposed to look with great suspicion on any Americans who entered their territory. Dr. Robinson set out for Santa Fe on the 7th of February, and until the 16th, Pike was occupied in hunting, building his blockhouse, reading, and studying. On the 16th, while hunting, he discovered two horsemen not far from him. These, when he attempted to retreat, pursued threateningly, but if he turned about to go toward them, they retired. As he was doubtful where he was and uncertain if the territory was Spanish or American, he was unwilling to act on the aggressive, but finally he lured the horsemen so close to him that they could hardly get away, and after a little, they explained their presence. It seemed that 4 days before Robinson had reached Santa Fe, and that the governor had sent out these scouts to learn who the strangers were. The next day they departed for Santa Fe, which they said they would reach on the second day. Within the next 2 or 3 days, all the men he had left behind, save two, Dougherty and Sparks, had come in, and on February 19th, Sergeant Meek with Miller was ordered to go back to the point where they had left the interpreter, Vasquez, with one man and the horses to bring them on, and on his way to pick up Dougherty and Sparks, who, on account of their frozen feet, had been unable to walk. Pike pays touching tribute to the heroism of his men, saying, "I must here remark the effect of habit, discipline, and example in two soldiers soliciting a command of more than 180 miles over two great ridges of mountains covered with snow, inhabited by bands of unknown savages in the interest of a nation with which we were not on the best understanding." To perform this journey, each had about 10 pounds of venison. Only, let me ask, what would our soldiers generally think on being ordered on such a tour thus equipped? Yet these men volunteered it with others and were chosen, for which they thought themselves highly honored. On February 26th, a detachment of Spaniards consisting of 2 officers with 50 dragoons and 50 mounted militia reached the post. The sentry halted them at a distance of 50 yards, and Pike made preparations for their reception. He insisted that the Spanish troops should be left at some little distance from the fort, while he would meet the officers on the prairie. This was done, and then he invited the officers to enter the fort, where he offered them his hospitality. It was then for the first time, Pike tells us, that he knew that the stream on which he was camped was not the Red River, meaning the Canadian, but was the Rio del Norte, which, though known by several other names, is what we now call the Rio Grande, and now forms the boundary line between Texas and Mexico. The officer in command stated that the governor of New Mexico had ordered him to offer Pike mules, horses, money, or whatever he might need to conduct him to the head of the Red River, and requested Pike to visit the governor at Santa Fe. Pike at first declined to go without his whole command, but after a time was persuaded to go to Santa Fe, leaving 2 men in the post to meet the sergeant and his party, and to convey to them his orders to come to Santa Fe. Naturally, Pike did not wish to resist this invitation, or to be put in the position of committing hostilities on the foreign soil which he had invaded, since his orders did not commit him to any such course. Having made the error of entering the territory of another power, he thought it better to explain matters rather than to commit an act which might involve his country in war. His compliance with the request of the Spanish officer seemed to be received by them with great satisfaction. But, he says, it appeared to be different with my men, who wished to have a little dust, as they expressed themselves, and were likewise fearful of treachery. After making the necessary preparations and leaving orders for Sergeant Meek, Pike set out with the Spaniards to their camp on the Rio del Norte, and thence to Santa Fe. His passage through the country was an interesting one, and everywhere he was treated with the greatest kindness and hospitality by the people. At the pueblo of San Juan, he met the man Baptiste Lalande, who professed to be an American, and endeavored to learn from Pike something of his journeying and his purpose. But Pike, suspecting his designs and after a little talk satisfying himself as to what they were, had the man shut in a room and threatened him with death if he did not confess his perfidy. Lalande was greatly frightened and declared that he had been ordered by the government to find out everything possible about Pike. Not only did the common people treat Pike's men with great kindness and hospitality, but the priests and those of the better class were courteous, cordial, and very much interested in the explorer. Santa Fe was reached March 3rd. It then had a supposed population of 4,500 souls, most of whom, we may imagine, turned out to see the Americans. Pike's visit with the governor was brief. He denied that Robinson was attached to his party, excusing himself to himself on the ground that Robinson was a volunteer and could not properly be said to be one of his command. The governor's reception was haughty and unfriendly. Pike bore himself with great dignity and wasted no words. At a later interview that day, his papers were examined by the governor, and after they had been read, his manner changed, and he became much more cordial. Pike's trunk was locked, and the key given to him, the trunk to be put in charge of an officer who was instructed to escort him to Chihuahua, where he was to appear before the Commandant General. That night he dined with the governor and received from him money for the expenses of himself and men as far as Chihuahua. The story of the march from Santa Fe to Chihuahua is interesting. Not far from Albuquerque, they met Dr. Robinson. He was hardly recognized by Pike, for he was fat, sleek, and well-looking, as different as possible from that Robinson who had left the camp on the headwaters of the Rio del Norte, pale, emaciated, with uncombed locks and beard of 8 months' growth, but with fire, unsubdued enterprise, and fortitude. The party crossed the Rio Grande at El Paso del Norte, then a great crossing place for travelers north and south, and just over the river from our present Texas town of El Paso, situated on one of the great transcontinental railroads. Chihuahua was reached April 2nd, and Pike immediately had an interview with the governor, who treated him with reasonable consideration. Almost the whole month of April was passed here, and during this time Pike was entertained by the people of the town, among whom, we may infer, he was regarded partly in the light of a hero and partly in the light of a curiosity. On one occasion he was warned by the governor that he spoke too freely with regard to religion, government, and other matters, to which he made a very free response, justifying himself for whatever he had done. Pike left Chihuahua April 28th. He had become suspicious that there was danger that his private notes would be taken from him, so he took his small notebooks and concealed them in the barrels of the guns of his men. It was now May, the weather growing very warm and dry, and sometimes as they marched, they suffered from lack of water. Almost everywhere, Pike continued to be received with great kindness by the people, both in the towns and by the rich haciendados, whose ranchos were passed in the country. He frequently met men of English, Irish, and American birth, most of whom were kind to him, and on one occasion conversed gladly with an American whom he shortly afterward learned to be a deserter from the United States Army. This made him very indignant, and he sent word to the proprietor of the house where they were stopping that if this deserter appeared at another meal, all the Americans would decline to eat. His firmness brought an apology from the host, who took steps that the deserter should not again appear. The month of June was spent in journeying through Texas eastward to the borders of Louisiana. Pike speaks in the warmest terms of the two governors, Cordero and Herrera, whom he met at San Antonio. They and all the other Spaniards whom he met in Texas were kind to him. On the 1st of July, the party reached Natchitoches about 4 p.m. Language cannot express the gaiety of my heart when I once more beheld the standard of my country waved aloft. All hail, cried I, the ever sacred name of country, in which is embraced that of kindred, friends, and every other tie which is dear to the soul of man. It was in August 1806, while he was on his way westward on this second expedition, that Pike was promoted to be a captain, and his promotion to a majority followed soon after his return. With successive promotions in 1809, he became lieutenant colonel, and with the coming of the War of 1812, Pike, now a colonel, was sent to guard the northern frontier. He was appointed to be brigadier general March 12, 1813. There was some fighting, but not much. But on April 27, 1813, while leading an attack on Fort York, now Toronto, he was killed by the explosion of the magazine, which the retreating enemy had fired. As an eyewitness said, the governor's house, with some smaller buildings, formed a square at the center battery, and under it the grand magazine, containing a large quantity of powder, was situated. As there were only 2 or 3 guns at this battery, and it but a short distance from the garrison, the troops did not remain in it, but retreated to the latter. When the Americans, commanded by one of their best generals, Pike, reached this small battery, instead of pressing forward, they halted, and the general sat down on one of the guns. A fatal proceeding, for in a few minutes, his advance guard, consisting of about 300 men and himself, were blown into the air by the explosion of the grand magazine. I heard the report and felt a tremendous motion in the earth, resembling the shock of an earthquake. And looking toward the spot, I saw an immense cloud ascend into the air. I was not aware at the moment what it had been occasioned by, but it had an awfully grand effect. At first, it was a great confused mass of smoke, timber, men, earth, etc. But as it arose in a most majestic manner, it assumed the shape of a vast balloon. When the whole mass had ascended to a considerable height, and the force by which the timber, etc., were impelled upwards became spent, the latter fell from the cloud and spread over the surrounding plain. Struck by a fragment of rock, Pike was mortally wounded. As he was being taken on board the flagship, Madison, he heard the cheering on the shore. He asked what it meant, and was told that the stars and stripes were being hoisted over the captured fort. A little later, the captured British flag was brought to him. He motioned to have it put under his head, and soon after this had been done, he died. It is a melancholy commentary on the shortness of human fame that today the number of Americans who know who Pike was is very small. Few men have done more than he for their country. Few men in their time have attracted more attention. Pike's name has been given to mountains, counties, cities, villages, and even to islands, rivers, and bays. And while, as Dr. Koo suggests, it may well enough be that not all these are named after Pike the explorer, yet we may be sure that the enthusiasm of the people for Pike at the time of his death and for some time afterward led to the giving his name to many natural features of the land and to many political divisions within the states. After all, Pike's most impressive and most enduring monument must always remain the superb mountain which bears his name. If Pike did not discover this, the grim sentinel of the Rockies, which towers 14,147 feet above the sea, at least he was one of the first Americans to see it. He calls it, fitly, the Grand Peak. Nearly 14 years later, during Major Long's expedition to the Rocky Mountains, it was named James Peak. But this name, though often mentioned in books, did not long endure, and the name Pikes Peak, first used sometime during the decade between 1830 and 1840, for example in Latrobe's Rambler in America, is now firmly established and will ever remain the mountain's designation. The death of Pike at the early age of 34, so soon after he had attained the summit of his ambition, the rank of general, and at the moment when the force under his command had won a notable victory, seems very pathetic. And yet, after all, may not this have been a happy fate? For we cannot tell what sorrows and disappointments a longer life might have brought to him. It seems almost as though he may have had a premonition of the fate in store for him, since in his last letter to his father, written just before he set out on his expedition, he writes as follows: I embark tomorrow in the fleet at Sackett's Harbor, at the head of a column of 1,500 choice troops on a secret expedition. If success attends my steps, honor and glory await my name. If defeat, still shall it be said we died like brave men and conferred honor, even in death, on the American name. Should I be the happy mortal destined to turn the scale of war, will you not rejoice, O my father? May heaven be propitious and smile on the cause of my country. But if we are destined to fall, may my fall be like wolves, to sleep in the arms of victory. It was so that Pike fell asleep. Chapter 16, Alexander Henry, the Younger, 1. Among the Northmen who overran the country, long known as the Hudson's Bay Territory, Alexander Henry, the Younger, was a commanding figure. He was a nephew of that other Alexander Henry, whose adventures have been described earlier in this book. To Alexander Henry, the Younger, we owe the most curious and complete record ever printed of the daily life of the fur trader in the North. Alexander Henry, the Younger, was a diarist. He kept a journal in which he set down, in the most matter-of-fact way, everything that happened to him. And, as has been said by Dr. Coues, it mirrors life in a way Mr. Samuel Pepys might envy, could he compare his inimitable diary with this curious companion piece of causerie, and perceive that he who goes over the sea may change his sky, but not his mind. The wonderful journal of Henry's slept for nearly a century. Where the original may be, we do not know, but a copy was made by George Coventry about the year 1824, and this copy, about 70 years later, came under the notice of Dr. Eliot Coues, whose studies of the Old West have furnished so great a mass of material from which the student of history may glean information. The diary covers a period of about 15 years, from 1799 to 1814, during which time Henry traveled from Lake Superior to the Pacific. He lived in and traveled through, at various times, the Canadian provinces of Ontario, Manitoba, Assiniboia, Keewatin, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia. While in the United States, his travels were through Wisconsin, Minnesota, North Dakota, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. In these long journeys, he met many different tribes of Indians and saw much of the Chippewas, the 3 tribes of the Blackfeet, the Crees, Assiniboines, Sioux, Sarcees, and other northern tribes, while in his southern journeyings, he reached the Mandans, the Minnetaree, the Reese, and even the Cheyennes, south of the Missouri River, and on the west coast saw many tribes of the Columbia. The journal begins in the autumn of 1799, when he was camped on the White Earth River, near the foot of what is now known as Riding Mountain in Manitoba, a little west of Portage-la-Prairie. Here he had stopped after his journey from Montreal to trade with the Indians, the liquor, blankets, strouting, and various trinkets the Indians less liked. He made that fall a clear profit of 700 pounds. This was his first trial in the Northwest. In the summer of 1800, Henry was on his way westward with a brigade of canoes, each of which carried 28 pieces of goods, 10 of which were kegs of rum of 9 gallons each, loads which sunk the canoes to the gunwales. He was proceeding by the Grand Portage to Lake Winnipeg, over the road which, even then, was being traveled by many fur traders. Wherever he found Indians, they were usually drunk, and when drunk, always troublesome. They crossed the Lake of the Woods and ran down the River Winnipeg. At Portage de l'Isle, one of the canoes, to avoid the trouble of making this portage, passed down near the north shore with a full load. She had not gone many yards when, by some mismanagement of the foreman, the current bore down her bow full upon the shore against a rock, upon which the fellow, taking advantage of his situation, jumped, while the current whirled the canoe around. The steersman, finding himself within reach of the shore, jumped upon the rock with one of the midmen. The other midman, not being sufficiently active, remained in the canoe, which was instantly carried out and lost to view among the high waves. At length she appeared and stood perpendicularly for a moment, when she sank down again, and I then perceived the man rising upon a bale of dry goods in the midst of the waves. We made every exertion to get near him, and did not cease calling out to him to take courage and not let go his hold. But alas, he sank under a heavy swell, and when the bale arose, the man appeared no more. At this time we were only a few yards from him, but while we were eagerly looking out for him, poor fellow, the whirlpool caught my canoe, and before we could get away, she was half full of water. We then made all haste to get ashore and go in search of the property. The canoe we found flat upon the water, broken in many places. However, we hauled her ashore, and afterwards collected as many pieces as we could find. The men had landed a few packages above the rapid, otherwise our loss would have been still greater. On August 16th, they entered Lake Winnipeg and were almost wrecked by a storm, the wind blowing violently over a shoal flat and raising a tumbling sea. Wildfowl were plenty, so were also Rocky Mountain locusts, which Henry said were thrown up on the beach to a depth of 6 to 9 inches. He shot a white pelican, of which many were seen. From here, Henry went up the Red River to establish a trading fort, and on the way up, he divided his goods, one half of which were to be sent to Portage la Prairie on the Assiniboine River. The Indians here were chiefly canoe and foot people and had few horses. Pigeons were very numerous, as were also fish, and the Indians had some dried buffalo meat, which was purchased from them. Fruit was abundant along the bank. Plums of 3 different sorts, pembinas, and grapes. A number of Indians had joined him, all of whom wanted liquor and supplies. He gave them more or less liquor, with the result that most of them were drunk much of the time, and showed no disposition either to hunt or to trap. As they proceeded up Red River, they approached the country ranged over by the Sioux, between whom and the Ojibwas there was everlasting war. The Indians were therefore in a continual state of alarm, and every time a shot was heard, they thought that the enemy were about to attack them. They were now close to the country of the buffalo, and the Indians were bringing in fresh meat. Henry speaks of the abundance of these animals at his camp of August 26th, where he says, "The ravages of the buffaloes at this place are astonishing to a person unaccustomed to these meadows. The beach, once soft black mud, into which a man would sink knee deep, is now made hard as pavement by the numerous herds coming to drink. The willows are entirely trampled and torn to pieces. Even the bark of the smaller trees is rubbed off in many places. The grass on the first bank of the river is entirely worn away. Numerous paths, some of which are a foot deep in the hard turf, come from the plains to the brink of the river, and vast quantities of dung gives this place the appearance of a cattle yard. We have reached the commencement of the Great Plains of Red River, where the eye is lost in one continuous level westward. Not a tree or a rising ground interrupts the view." Here he had his first experience in running buffalo, and merely for the amusement of it, killed not a few. The Indians continued drinking and fighting among themselves. No one as yet had been killed, but more than one had been severely injured. Now, however, they had used up all their liquor, and Henry refused to give them any more, so that while many continued to loaf about and beg for drink, some went hunting. Keeping on up the Red River, he pushed on southward, being anxious to reach a country where the beaver seemed to be plenty. Game was very abundant: buffalo, elk, and bears. Whilst we were arranging camp, I saw a bear on the east side of the river, a little above us, coming down to drink. I crossed over and followed him. He instantly stopped within a few paces and ran up a large oak. I shot him between the shoulders, and he fell to the ground like a rock, but in a moment was scampering away as fast as he could. I traced him by the blood and soon found him sitting under a brush heap, grumbling and licking his wounds. A second shot dispatched him. By the hideous scream he uttered when he fell from the tree, I imagined he was coming at me, and was waiting for him with my second barrel cocked when he ran off. I went for my 2 men and it was hard work for us three to drag him to the canoe. He was very fat. I found that my first ball had gone through his heart. I was surprised that he should have been so active after a wound of that kind. Early in September, Henry, having passed up Red River as far as the mouth of Park River, decided to build there and began the work of cutting house logs and erecting his stockades. Game was astonishingly abundant, bears being so plenty that they were killed almost daily. 3 men came in with 12 bears. A hunter returned with 4 bears, and so on. Now that they were settled, Henry began to give out to the Indians their debts, by which is meant that he furnished them the articles that they needed for hunting and for their life during the winter, charging them with the articles which were to be paid for by skins, that is, the value of a beaver skin. He prepared a seat in a tall oak, which he used as a lookout station and from which he had an extensive view. Every morning he used to climb to the top of this oak and look over the country, not only to see where the game was, but also to see if people were moving about. After the stockade had been finished, the houses were built, and then came the task of preparing food for the winter. Meantime, the Indians had persuaded Henry again to give them liquor, and they were once more drunk and quarreling. Happily, when fighting, they did not use their guns or bows, but only their knives. And so, although men and women were frequently severely stabbed and cut, there were no immediate fatalities. Henry was a good deal of a hunter, and much of his journal is given up to accounts of what he killed. Indian alarms were as frequent as ever, but none of them amounted to anything, being causeless panics. In October, Henry made a journey down the river to look up some of the people that he had sent off to establish small trading posts. On his return, about the middle of October, he found that his hunter had killed a large grizzly bear about a mile from the fort, and mentions that these bears are not numerous along Red River, but are more abundant in the Hare Hills. This is one of the most eastern records for the grizzly bear, although Long, Voyages and Travels, London, 1791, speaks as if they were sometimes found a little further eastward, even east of the west end of Lake Superior. A little later, Henry, with one of his hunters and another man, set off in search of the Red Lake Indians, whom he wished to inform that he had established a trading post here. The journey was long, and much of it through thick woods and underbrush, and it almost proved fruitless. However, he at length came across a young Indian who was very much frightened at seeing them, but finally realizing that they were friends, talked freely to them. The Indian reported that his people were at Red Lake waiting for traders, and Henry tried to persuade him to bring them into his fort. Henry then returned to his post. Winter was now approaching. The Indians were making the mats with which they covered their huts in winter, while many of the men were preparing to go to war. An interesting note on wolves appears here under date of Sunday, November 2nd. Last night the wolves were very troublesome. They kept up a terrible howling about the fort, and even attempted to enter Maimiyuch's hut. A large white one came boldly into the door, and was advancing toward a young child when he was shot dead. Some of them are very audacious. I have known them to follow people for several days, attempt to seize a person or a dog, and to be kept off only by firearms. It does not appear that hunger makes them so voracious, as they have been known to pass carcasses of animals which they might have eaten to their fill, but they would not touch flesh, their object seeming to be that of biting. The Canadians swear that these are mad wolves, and are much afraid of them. Another note of interest to the zoologist is this. We saw a great herd of cows going at full speed southward, but on coming to our track, which goes to Salt Lake, they began to smell the ground, and as suddenly as if they had been fired at, turned toward the mountain. It is surprising how sagacious these animals are. When in the least alarmed, they will smell the track of even a single person in the grass, and run away in the contrary direction. I have seen large herds walking very slowly to pasture, and feeding as they went, come to a place where some persons had passed on foot, when they would instantly stop, smell the ground, draw back a few paces, bellow, and tear up the earth with their horns. Sometimes the whole herd would range along the road, keeping up a terrible noise until one of them was hardy enough to jump over, when they would all follow and run some distance. On November 8th, with an Indian, Henry started in search of Indians about Grand Forks. Although the weather had been cold and snowy, it had now turned warm again, and they had much trouble in crossing streams and sloughs. They went south to what Henry's Indian told him was the border of the Sioux country, and old camping grounds were pointed out, which the Indian said were Sioux. Beaver appeared to be very numerous, but they killed nothing, making no fire and firing no guns, and keeping their horses always close to them. In describing the country passed over, Henry speaks of the Skyan River, a tributary of the Red River, which flows into it about 10 miles north of Fargo. This, he says, takes its name from a formerly numerous tribe of Indians who inhabited its upper part. They were a neutral tribe between the Sioux and Saulteurs for many years, but the latter, who are of a jealous disposition, suspected that they favored the Sioux. A very large party, having once been unsuccessful in discovering their enemies, on their return wreaked their vengeance on those people, destroying their village and murdering most of them. This happened about 60 years ago, when the Saulteurs were at war with their natural enemies, the Sioux of the plains, who are the only inhabitants of St. Peter's River. The Cheyennes, having been nearly exterminated, abandoned their old territory and fled southward across the Missouri, where they are now a wandering tribe. This story agrees very well with the traditions related by the Cheyennes today, except that the modern stories put back these wars with the Saulteurs much further than 1740. On November 13th, Henry reached the post again, having failed to find any of the people that he looked for. Moreover, when he got here, he received a messenger from Langlois, one of his clerks at a trading post at the Pembina Mountains, reporting that a number of more or less turbulent Crees and Assiniboines were gathering there, and that Henry's presence was needed to quiet them. 2 days later, he set off, stopping at Bois Percé, where I remained about an hour with the worthless vagabonds who do nothing but play at the game of platter. Nothing is heard but the noise of the dish and children bawling from hunger. Their scoundrelly fathers are deaf to their cries, until necessity obliges them to kill a bull for their sustenance. On his arrival at the post, he found all his people well, and the trouble apparently over. The weather was now very cold. Swans were passing south in astonishing numbers. Now the men took no more raccoons with their traps, for these animals had begun to hibernate in the hollow trees, where they would remain like the bears until spring without any sustenance. Some time before, an Indian named Crooked Legs, while drunk, had very severely stabbed his young wife, who now, however, had perfectly recovered. I had a drinking match held at the post just after Henry's return. This woman, in revenge, gave her old husband a cruel beating with a stick, and afterward burned him shockingly with a brand snatched from the fire. Rum was constantly desired by the Indians and was begged for on every pretext. If a woman's husband died, or a man's wife, they came to Henry to beg or buy rum to cheer their hearts in their sorrow. A curious trapping incident is reported November 28th. Larocque Sr. came in with his traps, with a skunk, a badger, and a large white wolf, all three caught in the same trap at once, as he said. This was thought extraordinary, indeed a falsehood, until he explained the affair. His trap was made in a hollow stump, in the center of which there was a deep hole in the ground. He found the wolf, just caught and still alive. He dispatched him, and on taking him out, noticed something stirring and making a noise in the hole in the ground. Upon looking in, he perceived the badger, which he killed with a stick, and upon pulling him out, smelt the horrid stench of the skunk, which was in one corner of the hole. He soon dispatched him also. From this, the Indians all predicted some great misfortune, either to the person to whom the traps belonged, or to our fort. 2 days later, some of the men went raccoon hunting, the weather being warm. They returned in the evening with 7, which they had found in one hollow tree. The size of this tree was enormous, having a hollow 6 feet in diameter, the rim or shell being 2 feet thick, including the bark. Raccoon hunting is common here in the winter season. The hunter examines every hollow tree met with, and when he sees the fresh marks of the claws, he makes a hole with an axe, and then opens the hollow place in which he lights a fire to find out if there be any raccoons within, as they often climb trees in the autumn, and not finding them proper for the purpose, leave them and seek others. But if they be within, the smoke obliges them to ascend and put their heads out of the hole they enter. On observing this, the axe is applied to the tree. With the assistance of the fire, it is soon down, and the hunter stands ready to dispatch the animals while they are stunned by the fall. But sometimes they are so obstinate as to remain at the bottom of the hole until they are suffocated or roasted to death. The bears, both grizzly and common black, which reside on Red River, take to hollow trees also, and are hunted by the Indians in the same manner as raccoons. But the bears in the Hare Hills and other places never take to the trees for their winter quarters. They reside in holes in the ground, in the most intricate thicket they can find, generally under the roots of trees that have been torn up by the wind or have otherwise fallen. These are more difficult to find, requiring good dogs that are naturally given to hunt bears. The reason why the bears differ so widely in the choice of their winter habitations is obvious. The lowlands along the river, where the woods principally grow, are every spring subject to overflow when the ice breaks up. The mud carried down with the current and left on the banks makes their dens uncomfortable. On the Hare Hills and other high lands where the ground is free from inundation, the soft and sandy soil is not so cold as the stiff black mud on the banks of the river, which appears to be made ground. Frequently, on digging holes in winter, we found the frost had penetrated the ground nearly 4 feet, like one solid body of ice, while in high, dry, sandy soil, it seldom exceeds 1 foot in depth. Winter had now set in as well by the calendar as by temperature. It was ushered in by a great prairie fire, which seemed likely to burn over the whole country. At first, it was supposed that the Sioux had fired the prairie, but later it appeared that the Crees had done it by accident. These Crees reported that they had seen a calf as white as snow in a herd of buffalo. And Henry mentions how greatly white buffalo are esteemed among the nations of the Missouri, but that they are not valued by the Crees and Assiniboines except to trade to other tribes. Occasionally, buffalo are seen that are dirty gray, but these are very rare. Christmas and New Year passed, these holidays being celebrated by drinking, so that for New Year's Day, Henry says, by sunrise, every soul of them was raving drunk, even the children. Buffalo were now seen in great abundance and came within gunshot of the fort. A day or two later, it was necessary to go out only a short distance from the fort to kill buffalo, but the cold was so intense that it was impossible to cut up those killed. On January 2nd, there arrived at the fort Berdash, a man who, as used to be not very uncommon, wore the dress and busied himself with the occupations properly belonging to women. He was a swift runner and was considered the fleetest man among the Salters. Both his speed and his courage were tested some years ago on the Cheyenne River, where Monsieur Rayaume attempted to make peace between the two nations, and Berdash accompanied a party of Salters to the Sioux camp. They at first appeared reconciled to each other at the intercession of the whites, but on the return of the Salters, the Sioux pursued them. Both parties were on foot, and the Sioux had the name of being extraordinarily swift. The Salters imprudently dispersed in the plains, and several of them were killed, but the party with Berdash escaped without any accident in the following manner. One of them had got from the Sioux a bow, but only a few arrows. On starting and finding themselves pursued, they ran a considerable distance, until they perceived the Sioux were gaining fast upon them, when Berdash took the bow and arrows from his comrades and told them to run as fast as possible without minding him, as he feared no danger. He then faced the enemy and began to let fly his arrows. This checked their course, and they returned the compliment with interest, but it was so far off that only a chance arrow could have hurt him, as they had nearly spent their strength when they fell near him. His own arrows were soon expended, but he lost no time in gathering up those that fell near him, and thus he had a continual supply. Seeing his friends some distance off, and the Sioux moving to surround him, he turned and ran full speed to join his comrades, the Sioux after him. When the latter approached too near, Berdash again stopped and faced them with his bow and arrows and kept them at bay. Thus did he continue to maneuver until they reached a spot of strong wood which the Sioux dared not enter. Some of the salteurs who were present have often recounted the affair to me. It seemed the Sioux from the first were inclined to treachery, being very numerous and the others but few. The salteurs were well provided with guns and ammunition, but on the first meeting were surrounded and the guns taken away from them, in return for which the Sioux gave them bows and arrows, but in a manner to be of little use, giving one a bow and no arrows, another a quiver of arrows, but no bow. On January 14th, he was awakened by the bellowing of buffalo and found the plains black and apparently in motion. An enormous herd of buffalo surrounded the fort and were moving northward, extending south as far as the eye could see. I had seen almost incredible numbers of buffalo in the fall, but nothing in comparison to what I now beheld. The ground was covered at every point of the compass as far as the eye could reach, and every animal was in motion. All hands soon attacked them with a tremendous running fire, which put them to a quicker pace, but had no effect in altering their geologic course. The first roads beaten in the snow were followed by those in the rear. They passed in full speed until about 9 o'clock, when their numbers decreased and they kept further off in the plains. There was about 15 inches of snow on a level, in some places drifted in great banks. Notwithstanding the buffalo were so numerous and 12 guns were employed, we killed only 3 cows and 1 old bull, but must have wounded a great number. The next day, the plains were still covered with buffalo, moving northward, and this continued for a day or two. The stock of winter provisions was now all laid in, an abundance of good, fat buffalo meat. In February, the buffalo began to get poor, as they always do at that time, and toward the end of the month, some of the men caught a cow on the ice of the river, the dogs having surrounded her, and the men entangling her legs in a line so that she fell on her side. They then dragged her, still alive, to the fort when she jumped to her feet and ran to attack the dogs. 2 men mounted on her back, but she was as active with this load as before, jumping and kicking at the dogs in most agile fashion. On February 28th, an Indian brought in a spring calf, which he had found dead, an unusually early birth. The Indians declared that this meant an early spring. The first otard, Canada goose, was seen March 12th, and on the same day a swan. On this day, too, it was noted that the sap of the box elder began to run. This yields a fine white sugar, but not so sweet as that from the real sugar maple, Acer. He notes that bittersweet is abundant along the Red River, and that the Indians eat it in time of famine. Now the river, on account of melting snow, began to rise and to lift up the ice. Henry began to get out his canoes and mend them up for the summer use. Wildfowl made their appearance in great numbers, and on the 23rd, young calves were seen by the men. And now, the ice of the river coming down carried with it great numbers of dead buffalo from above, which had been drowned in crossing the river while the ice was weak. Their numbers were astonishing. Often that they were drifted to the shore, where the women cut up some of the fattest for their own use, the flesh seeming to be fresh and good. On the 7th of April, one of his men brought in to Henry 3 wolves born this spring. Another had brought in 6, which he had found in one hole, and which were now very tame. It was proposed to keep them for sledge dogs in winter. A little later, the odor of the decaying buffalo lying there along the river was terrible. In fact, on his journey down the river with his goods, which were now to be dispatched to Montreal, the stench of the drowned buffalo was such that Henry could not eat his supper. At last, he dispatched his goods, and about the 1st of June, left for the Grand Portage. The proceeds of the winter's trade amounted to nearly 2,000 pounds, Halifax currency. Chapter 17, Alexander Henry, the Younger. 2. In August 1801, Henry was on his way to a new post on the Pembina, the one which Langlois had established the year before. He intended to establish also the post at Grandes Fourches, the site of the present town of Grand Forks, North Dakota. This business and his travels to other subsidiary trading posts that he built at various points occupied the autumn. Game was abundant, and so were fish. The Hudson's Bay Company, the opposition, were not far off, and there was some intercourse between the men of the two companies. On March 14th, during a drinking match, occurred one of the fights among the Indians which were so common in those days of abundant liquor. Gros Bras, in a fit of jealousy, stabbed Alposoy to death with a hand-dag. The first stroke opened his left side, the second his belly, and the third his breast. He never stirred, although he had a knife in his belt, and died instantly. Soon after this, Alposoy's brother, a boy, about 10 years of age, took the deceased's gun, loaded it with 2 balls, and approached Gros Bras' tent. Putting the muzzle of the gun through the door, the boy fired the 2 balls into his breast and killed him dead, just as he was reproaching his wife for her affection for Alposoy, and boasting of the vengeance he had taken. The little fellow ran into the woods and hid. Little Shell found the old woman, Alposoy's mother, in her tent. He instantly stabbed her. Andinoyake then came in, took the knife, and gave her a second stab. Little Shell, in his turn, taking the knife, gave a third blow. In this manner did these 2 rascals continue to murder the old woman as long as there was any life in her. The boy escaped into Langlois' house and was kept hid until they were all sober. March 15th, a swan, a turkey buzzard, and a hawk, the first spring birds, were seen. And by the middle of April, wildfowl were plenty, and calves were becoming numerous. Passenger pigeons were passing north, and toward the end of the month, some Indians came in with 36 whole beaver in a skin canoe. In May came the news of a Sioux attack on the Sauteurs, in which 7 of the latter were killed. Henry planted his garden and soon after made ready for his departure to join the brigade. The next September, he was back again at Panbean River, trading with the Indians and, of course, handing out rum to them. His entry for February 15th contains a small temperance lecture, which represented what he sometimes preached but never practiced. As he says, the Indians totally neglected their ancient customs, and to what can this degeneration be ascribed but to their intercourse with us, particularly as they are so unfortunate as to have a continual succession of opposition parties to teach them roguery, and to destroy both mind and body with that pernicious article rum. What a different set of people they would be were there not a drop of liquor in the country. If a murder is committed among the Sauteurs, it is due to a drinking match. You may truly say that liquor is the root of all evil in the West. Spring came on with the usual signs. The women were making sugar at the last of March, 1803, and it was noted that spring that very few buffalo drifted down the river. The plains of the Red River were covered with water from the sudden melting of the snow, and the men suffered much, for they were continually on the march, looking up Indians along every stream. The water was commonly knee-deep, and in some places much deeper, and was usually covered with ice in the morning, making the walking tiresome and often dangerous. Some of the best men, Henry says, lose the use of their legs while still in the prime of life. The Indians were now bringing in the proceeds of their spring hunt, and exchanging it for rum. When the time came around, Henry interrupted his hunting and his trading to plant his garden, sowing potatoes, cabbage, and many root crops. With the end of May came the mosquitoes, a terrible pest. Among the articles traded for was maple sugar, an important article of food in that country. As usual, about midsummer, Henry started down the river with his furs and reached Fort William July 3rd. On the 29th of the same month, he started on his return journey with a brigade of 8 canoes. And about 2 months later, September 20th, found himself at the present Winnipeg, and soon afterward at the old post on the Panbean River. Horses had now begun to be used in the trade at this point, and Henry grumbles about them in a long entry, which is worth reproducing. It is true they are useful animals, but if there were not one in all the Northwest, we should have less trouble and expense. Our men would neither be so burdened with families nor so indolent and insolent as they are, and the natives in general would be more honest and industrious. Let an impartial eye look into the affair to discover whence originates the unbounded extravagance of our meadow gentry, both white and native, and horses will be found one of the principal causes. Let us view the bustle and noise which attended the transportation of 5 pieces of goods to a place where the houses were built in 1801-2. The men were up at break of day, and their horses tackled long before sunrise. But they were not ready to move before 10 o'clock, when I had the curiosity to climb on top of my house to watch their motions and observe their order of march. Antoine Paillet, guide and second in command, leads the van with a cart drawn by 2 horses and loaded with private baggage, cassettes, bags, kettles, and mashkaminkas. Madame Paillet follows the cart with a child a year old on her back, very merry. Charles Bottineau, with 2 horses and a cart, loaded with 11 helpless packs, his own baggage, and 2 young children, with kettles and other trash hanging onto it. Madame Bottineau, with a squalling infant on her back, scolding and tossing it about. Joseph Dubord goes on foot, with his long pipe stem and calumet in his hand. Madame Dubord follows on foot, carrying his tobacco pouch with a broad bead tail. Antoine Thellier, with a cart and 2 horses, loaded with 11 half packs of goods and Dubois' baggage. Antoine Lapointe, with another cart and horses, loaded with 2 pieces of goods, and with baggage belonging to Brisebois, Jasmin, and Pouliot, and a kettle hung on each side. Auguste Brisebois follows with only his gun on his shoulder and a fresh lighted pipe in his mouth. Michel Jasmin goes next, like Brisebois, with gun and pipe, puffing out clouds of smoke. Nicolas Pouliot, the greatest smoker in the Northwest, has nothing but pipe and pouch. Those 3 fellows have taken a farewell dram and lighted fresh pipes, go on brisk and merry, playing numerous pranks. Dormont Livernois, with a young mare, the property of Mr. Langlois, loaded with weeds for smoking, an old worsted bag, Madame's property, some squashes and potatoes, a small keg of fresh water, and 2 young whelps, howling. Next goes Livernois' young horse, drawing a travailie, loaded with baggage and a large worsted mashquem cate, belonging to Madame Langlois. Next appears Madame Cameron's mare, kicking, rearing, and snorting, hauling a travailie loaded with a bag of flour, cabbage, turnips, onions, a small keg of water, and a large kettle of broth. Michel Langlois, who is master of the band, now comes on leading a horse that draws a travailie, nicely covered with a new painted tent, under which his daughter and Mrs. Cameron lie at full length, very sick. This covering, or a canopy, has a pretty effect in the caravan and appears at a great distance in the plains. Madame Langlois brings up the rear of the human beings, following the travailie with a slow step and melancholy air, attending to the wants of her daughter, who, notwithstanding her sickness, can find no other expressions of gratitude to her parents than by calling them dogs, fools, beasts, etc. The rear guard consists of a long train of 20 dogs, some for sleighs, some for game, and others for no use whatever except to snarl and destroy meat. The total forms a procession nearly a mile long and appears like a large band of Assiniboines. Early in November, Henry went over to the Hare Hills. In March, on a journey from the Hare Hills to his home, he says that he traveled in the night always, preferring to do so at this season of the year, partly to avoid snow blindness and partly because the cold of the night makes travel easier than during the day, when the snow is melted and soft and dogs and sledges sink deep into it. In April, when he was chasing buffalo, he came near leaving his bones in the plains, a prey for the wolves. This was occasioned by my horse stumbling while at full speed. I was just drawing my gun from the belt to fire, holding it by the barrel near the muzzle, when the sudden shock caused the priming to fire the gun. The ball passed near my hip and struck in the ground, and the gun flew some distance. I was in the midst of the herd. A fine, large calf passing near me, I dismounted, caught him by the tail, and held him fast. He began to bleat, when instantly the mother turned and rushed at me. I was glad to let go and run to my horse. As I reflected on my narrow escape, it brought to my mind a similar affair which happened to me some years ago at Michipicoten when shooting wildfowl in the spring in a small canoe. In attempting to remove my gun from my left to my right side, passing the muzzle behind my back, the cock got fast in one of the bars, and on my pulling the gun forward from behind me, she went off. The load grazed my right side, taking a piece of my belt and kaput away. In April, he bought a beautiful white buffalo skin. The hair was long, soft, and perfectly white, resembling a sheep's fleece. Early in May, extraordinary numbers of wild pigeons were seen, and the Indian women were preparing the ground for their farming. With the summer came the usual packing of the furs and the journey to Kaministiquia. The return journey was a short one, and Henry reached the Planbian River early in September. In October, he writes, as showing the excellence of his horse, that one day he ran an elk 5 miles before killing it, then chased a hare, which he killed after a long pursuit, and finally, toward evening, he ran a herd of buffalo and killed a fat cow for supper. Besides these long races, he had covered about 36 miles of travel. This winter, because he refused to give credit to an Indian for a blanket, Henry was twice shot at, but missed. On his return to his post that summer, he learned of an attack on a small camp of his Indians by Sioux a month earlier. This is the story as Henry gives it, and it may be retold because it illustrates Indian modes. My beau-père, father-in-law, was the first man that fell about 8 o'clock in the morning. He had climbed a tree to see if the buffalo were at hand, as they were tented there to make dried provisions. He had no sooner reached the top than 2 Sioux discoverers, scouts, fired at the same moment, and both balls passed through his body. He had only time to call out to his family, who were in the tent about 100 paces from him, "Save yourselves, the Sioux are killing us," and fell dead to the ground, his body breaking several branches of the tree as it dropped. The noise brought the Indians out of the tent, when, perceiving their danger, the women and children instantly ran through the plains toward an island of wood on Tongue River, about a mile distant, and in a direct line toward the fort. The men took their arms and made off also, keeping in the rear of their women and children, whom they urged on. The 4 surviving men had not gone more than a quarter of a mile when they saw the main body of the war party on horseback rushing down upon them. Crossing Tongue River, and in a few moments coming up with them, the Sioux began to fire. The 4 men, by expert maneuvers and incessant fire, prevented the enemy from closing in on them, while the women and children continued to fly, and the men followed. They were within about 200 paces of the wood, and some of the most active had actually entered it when the enemy surrounded and fell upon them. 3 of the Sauteurs fled in different directions. Grand Gueule escaped before they were completely surrounded, but the other 2 were killed. One who remained to protect the women and children was a brave fellow, Asegwemanchi, or Little Chief. He waited deliberately until the enemy came very near, when he fired at one who appeared to be a chief and knocked the Sioux from his horse. 3 young girls and a boy were taken prisoners. The remainder were all murdered and mutilated in a horrible manner. Several women and children had escaped in the woods where the enemy chased them on horseback, but the willows and brush were so intricate that every one of these escaped. A boy about 12 years old, when the Sioux pursued, crawled into a hollow under a bunch of willows, which a horseman leaped over without perceiving him. One of the little girls who escaped tells a pitiful story of her mother, who was killed. This woman, having 2 young children that could not walk fast enough, had taken one of them on her back and prevailed upon her sister-in-law to carry the other. But when they got near the woods, and the enemy rushed upon them with hideous yells and war whoops, the young woman was so frightened that she threw down the child and soon overtook the mother, who, observing that the child was missing and hearing its screams, kissed her little daughter, the one who relates the story, saying, with tears streaming from her eyes, "Take courage, my daughter. Try to reach the woods, and if you do, go to your eldest sister, who will be kind to you. I must turn back and recover your youngest sister, or die in the attempt. Take courage. Run fast, my daughter." Poor woman. She actually did recover her child and was running off with both children when she was felled to the ground by a blow on the head with a war club. She recovered instantly, drew her knife, and plunged it into the neck of her murderer. But others coming up, she was dispatched. Thus my belle-mère ended her days. This same story is told by Tanner, who was then an Indian captive living with the Chippewas. Tanner even mentions Henry's name and speaks of his father-in-law having been killed. The Salters were determined to avenge the death of their relations, and Henry furnished them with ammunition for their war journey. Later, he visited the battlefield and the Sioux camp and judged from then about 300 men in the Sioux party. In October, the remains of the Sioux killed by Little Chief were discovered by some of the Indians, and the certainty that their enemies had met one loss was some satisfaction to the Salters. Fur traders of the North. Although Henry had made an agreement with Mr. Miller, an agent of the Hudson's Bay Company, by which the rum to be given to the Indians should be limited, the winter did not pass without deaths due to drinking. One of these was an accident where a drunken Indian knocked down a gun, which, exploding, killed one of Henry's men, who was lying on a bed in the next room. The profits for the season's work in 1805 and 1806, as given in Henry's diary, are nearly 3,500 pounds. Early in July 1806, after his return from down the river, Henry made preparations to set off on a tour to the southwest, to the country of the Mandans, who then, as now, lived on the Missouri River. There had been heavy rains, and the plains of the Red River were covered with water, or else were so muddy that travel was slow and exceedingly laborious. The horses often sank up to their knees in mud, and at times had water up to their bellies, while the little rivulets which they crossed they were obliged to swim, carrying on their heads such articles as they wished to keep dry. Mosquitoes were a veritable plague, and Henry had prepared a mask of thin dressed caribou skin, which in some measure protected him. But those who were not provided with some defense suffered terribly. Only when the wind blew was there any relief. They were more than once obliged to make rafts, and when they were naked, hauling the raft back and forth, they had no defense against the mosquitoes. The horses suffered as much as the men. The final start for the Mandans was from the establishment on Mouse River, and the party consisted of 7 persons, of whom one was a Salteur, a brother-in-law of Chaboyer, who had undertaken to guide the party to the Mandans. It was midsummer, and they traveled west-southwest over delightful prairies, where antelope were exceedingly abundant. After crossing Mouse River, they found buffalo in great plenty, and all in motion from east to west. It was the rutting season, and the herds were noisy and excited. On the 18th of July, as they were crossing the high Missouri plains, they came in sight of the buttes, called Maison du Chien, now commonly known as the Dogden Buttes. This is one of the great landmarks of the country, and many stirring adventures have taken place within sight of it. A little later, they could see the high red banks of the Missouri before them, a long way off. When they reached it, they found plenty of tracks of people there, and an abundance of last year's corn cobs. The winter village of the Minnetarus was near. A well-defined trail led down the river, and they were several times in danger of breaking their necks in deep pits, which the natives had dug in the path to catch wolves and foxes in winter. Some of these were 10 feet deep and hollowed out in places to about 30 feet in circumference, while the entrance was no wider than a footpath and about 5 feet in length. These holes are covered with dried grass at the season when the wolves are caught, and every morning are found to contain some of those animals. In summer, the grass grows strong and high about the mouths, entirely concealing them until one arrives upon the very brink, and he is in danger of tumbling in headlong. Down the river about 5 miles, they came to a Mandan village. The people received them pleasantly, and the Black Cat, the chief, took them to one of his houses, which was kept for strangers. The people were desirous of trading and could not understand why the white men should have come so far out of mere curiosity. As usual in these permanent villages of earth lodges, the horses at night were confined in one part of the lodge while the people slept in the other. The Mandans had large earthen pots of different sizes, from 5 gallons to 1 quart, used solely for boiling corn and beans. The Black Cat was told the next day by a Canadian who lived in the neighboring Mandan village who his visitors were, and at once brought out the American flag given him in the autumn of 1804 by Captains Lewis and Clark, and hoisted it over the hut in which the strangers were staying. When they were about to cross the river and go to the opposite village, they packed up such goods as they had, and the few things they had purchased, chiefly provisions, and gave them into the care of the chief. These people are much given to thieving, but in the hut in which a stranger is lodged, his property may be left in perfect security. None dare touch it, as the master conceives his honor concerned in whatever is placed under his immediate protection. Out of doors, if they can pick your pocket or pilfer any article, it is gone in an instant, and search would be in vain. Everyone would wish to appear innocent, although they are not offended when accused of stealing, but laugh the matter away. Henry and his people crossed the river in bull boats and were well received at the other Mandan village. He noted the expertness of the young men in getting the horses across, one swimming ahead with the rope in his teeth, while others swam on each side and in the rear, driving each horse very rapidly. He also saw bull boats, a new vessel to him. They had hardly reached the village when there came in some Pawnees from down the river on an embassy to treat at 4-piece. They could not speak the language either of the Mandans or the Minnetarees, but they talked freely in signs. And this sign language seems to have been a surprise to Henry. He says, they hold conversations for several hours upon different subjects, during the whole of which time not a single word is pronounced upon either side, and still they appear to comprehend each other perfectly well. This mode of communication is natural to them. Their gestures are made with the greatest ease, and they never seem to be at a loss for a sign to express their meaning. These people collected their fuel in the spring, when the ice broke up and great quantities of wood drifted down. The young men were accustomed to swim out among the drifting ice and bring in the trees, however large, which they hauled out on the bank. Immense piles of driftwood were seen opposite each village, and some of the trees were very large. While collecting this driftwood, they also drew to land great numbers of drowned buffalo, of which they were very fond. He noticed, as have many others, that some children were gray-haired and that others were blonde. A Minnetare was seen with yellow hair, something not unexampled in old times. The men wore their hair twisted into a number of small tails, hanging down the back to below the waist. In some of them, it trailed on the ground. The Cheyennes today tell us that 100 years ago, the men of their tribe wore their hair in the same fashion. From the village of the Mandans, they went on up the river to those of the Sulier, Emahame, a tribe now extinct, and Minatari villages. Here they met Mackenzie and Caldwell, employees in the service of the Northwest Company, who had been residing some little time in the village. Henry was not particularly well pleased with his reception here, and indeed, the Indians paid little attention to the white men and seemed to despise them. The village, which formerly contained 900 houses, now had only 130, smallpox and other diseases having reduced them to that number. While in this village, the white men found it dangerous to stray out of the hut without a stout stick to keep off the dogs, which were so numerous and savage as sometimes actually to attack them. The people had many horses. Henry greatly objected to their custom of apparently becoming dissatisfied with their bargain after a trade had been concluded, and returning and taking back the article they had sold while giving up the price paid for it. For example, one of the natives had a turkey cock's tail, great numbers of which they got from the Cheyennes, and which served them as fans. This was a new and fresh one of beautiful hue. I gave him 5 rounds of ammunition for it, with which he appeared well satisfied, and left me, but soon returned with the ammunition and demanded the tail. Being loath to part with it, I added 5 more rounds to the price, which he accepted and went away. However, he soon reappeared, and I added 4 more, but to no purpose, for he continued to go and come until the payment amounted to 30 rounds. Upon his next appearance, I offered 40 rounds, but he would no longer listen to any offer, threw down my ammunition, and insisted upon my returning him the tail, which I was obliged to do. Chapter 18. Alexander Henry, the Younger, 3. On July 28th, they started on their return to the north, in constant fears and alarms lest the Assiniboines should steal their horses. A few days later, the horses, troubled by mosquitoes, broke their ropes, and 8 of them ran off in their hobbles. These could not be found again, and some of the people were obliged to go forward on foot, while the baggage was loaded on the remaining horses. On his journey back to the Pembina River, Henry had an experience comical to read about, but not to endure. We took the traverse for the mountain, but on coming to Cypress River, found it had overflowed its banks about 3 acres on each side, and could find no fordable place. We were obliged to turn out of our way some miles, in going to where we perceived a large dry poplar tree and a few stunted willows. But there we had the mortification to find that the wood stood on the opposite side of the river. There being no alternative, we unloaded our horses and stripped. I crossed over, collected what brush I could find, and with the poplar formed a raft, so very slight as to carry scarcely more than 50 pounds weight. The mosquitoes were intolerable, and as we were obliged to remain naked for about 4 hours, we suffered more than I can describe. The grass on each side was too high to haul our raft through to dry land. We could use it only on the river by means of 2 long cords, one fastened to each end. Ducharme hauled it over to his side, and after making it fast, he went to dry land for a load in water up to his armpits, whilst I waited with my whole body immersed until he brought down a load and laid it upon the raft. I then hauled it over and carried the load to dry land upon my head. Every time I landed, the mosquitoes plagued me insufferably, and still worse, the horse that I had crossed over upon was so tormented that he broke his fetters and ran away. I was under the cruel necessity of pursuing him on the plains entirely naked. Fortunately, I caught him and brought him back. I suffered a good deal from the sharp-pointed grass pricking my bare feet, and mosquito bites covered my body. The sun was set before we finished our transportation. The water in this river is always excessively cold, and by the time we got all over, our bodies were as blue as indigo. We were shivering like aspen leaves, and our legs were cut and chafed by the coarse, stiff grass. We shot an old swan and caught 2 young ones that could not fly. This made us a comfortable supper. Henry reached the fort August 14th. One of our hunters killed 36 prime bears in the course of the season on the Hare Hills. Whatever number of bears an Indian may kill in the summer or fall is considered of no consequence, as they are valueless and easy to hunt. But after they have taken up their winter quarters, the Indians glory in killing them. In August 1808, Henry finally left the Panbian River on his way westward, bidding adieu also to the Salteur tribes, among which, as he says, he had passed 16 long winters. His journey was through Lake Winnipeg to the Saskatchewan and Lake Bourbon, now known as Cedar Lake. On the 22nd, he passed Old Fort Bourbon, established in 1749 by Baron Dree, and entered one of the channels of the Saskatchewan. Wildfowl were very abundant as they pushed up the river. At last, they entered Sturgeon Lake and reached Cumberland House. They kept on up the stream, ascending the North Branch from time to time, meeting Indians, some of whom were Assiniboines, called Assiniboines of the Saskatchewan, and as they had before this purchased some horses, they were fearful that these might be stolen. It was now September, and the bushes were loaded with choke cherries and service berries. Buffalo paths running in every direction were deep and numerous. Ammunition was issued early in September to the men for purposes of defense. Soon buffalo were met, and here Henry first ran these animals over the rough ground of the plains, covered with large round stones and pierced at frequent intervals with badger holes. On September 13th, he reached Fort Vermilion, where was a fort of the Hudson's Bay Company, and found the Blackfeet all about. Here Henry wintered, expecting to be visited by numerous tribes from the south. Just before Christmas, in December, the Blackfeet invited Henry and his Hudson's Bay neighbor to come to their camp and see buffalo driven into the pound. The 2 men went in dog sledges and were kindly received by the Indians, but the weather was insufferable, being foggy, and the wind was contrary. They viewed the pound, where they had only the satisfaction of viewing the mangled carcasses strewn about the pound. The bulls were mostly entire, none but good cows having been cut up. The stench from this enclosure was great, even at this season, for the weather was mild. From the Lookout Hill, buffalo were seen in enormous numbers, but as the wind was unfavorable, every herd that was brought near to the pound dispersed and ran away. After having been there 2 days, Henry became disgusted and returned to the post. But he was followed by a number of Blackfeet who arrived the next day and told him that they had scarcely left when a large herd was brought into the pound. On the 26th of September, 1810, Henry set off on horseback westward, the canoes, of course, coming up the stream. Their destination was Rocky Mountain House, a post located on the North Saskatchewan River, 1.5 miles above the mouth of Clearwater, 3 miles below Pengman's Tree, so named from the fact that Peter Pengman carved an inscription on it when he first sighted the mountains in 1790. On the way up the stream, they found signs of beaver extremely abundant, but although one of the Indians set traps in the hope of taking some, the winds blew the smoke of the camp toward the traps, and the beaver did not leave their houses that night. The next day, however, they took 2, the signs still showing the presence of great quantities of beaver. Ahead of Henry was a camp of Sarcee, 25 lodges, which had just left, for at their camp on Medicine Lodge River, a branch of the Red Deer. The fires were still burning. They must have made a good hunt here, since the bones of beaver, bear, moose, elk, and buffalo lay about their camp in great quantities. That afternoon, they met 5 lodges of Bloods and Sarcee with whom they camped. Game was abundant, and Henry notes on the 5th the appearance of a herd of strongwood buffalo, the bison of the hills and mountains, so different in appearance and some of their habits from those of the prairie. Here, too, were seen the fresh tracks of a grizzly bear, measuring 14 inches in length. When they reached the fort, they found the Piegans friendly and quiet, but suspicious of the whites. These Piegans had the fresh hide of a bull they had killed at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. This was really a curiosity. The hair on the back was dirty white, and the long hair under the throat and forelegs iron gray, and sides and belly were yellow. I wished to purchase it, but the owners would not part with it under any consideration. It is well understood that white buffalo, or those that are spotted, or indeed of any unusual color, are very highly esteemed by the tribes of the plains. Henry has referred to this before, and I have called attention to the sacredness of the white buffalo's hide among the Blackfeet, Bloods, and Piegans, and among the Cheyennes further to the south. It was now an active time, Bloods, Piegans, and Sarsi coming and going, bringing in some beaver, for which they received tobacco, rum, and trifles, and occasionally a gift of clothing to some man who had brought in an especially good lot of beaver. On November 4th, the traders had in store 720 beaver, 33 grizzly bears, 20 buffalo robes, 300 muskrats, 100 lynx. Not a bad trade for the season of the year. November 9th, I rode upriver about 3 miles to the rising ground on the north side, where Mr. Pangman carved his name on the pine in 1790. This spot was the utmost distant of discoveries on the Saskatchewan toward the Rocky Mountains, of which indeed we had a tolerable view from this hill. The winding course of the river is seen until it enters the gap of the mountains, a little east of which appears another gap, through which, I am told, flows a south branch that empties into the Saskatchewan some miles above this place. The mountains appear at no great distance, all covered with snow, while we have none. The arrival this day of an express from below brought the news that an act of Parliament had been passed prohibiting the sale of spirituous liquors among the Indians. The weather was now cold, the river occasionally choking up with ice, and snow fell. The canoes were split by the frost, and axes broke while the men were chopping with them. Men were sent out to get dogs for hauling, and as soon as the country became covered with snow, dog trains were sent down to Lower Terre Blanche to bring up goods. Gros Ventres of the Prairie had just returned with 60 horses, stolen from the Flatheads, and others had gone off to try to take more. On the 27th of December, our hunter had killed a large grizzly bear, very lean, and as usual with them in that state, very wicked. He narrowly escaped being devoured. They seldom den for the winter, as black bears do, but wander about in search of prey. In February, Henry made a trip to the Continental Divide, to where the waters of a branch of the Columbia rise within a very short distance of the Saskatchewan. He was obliged to tell the Piegans that he was going down the stream instead of up. Travel was by dog sledge and over the frozen river, in which there were no air holes to be seen. On the way up, during the first day, they found a carcass of a deer that had been killed by wolves. The ice was of great thickness, so that at night, when a man was endeavoring to get water from the stream, he was obliged to cut with an axe for an hour before it flowed. As they went up the stream, the banks grew higher and nearer together, and at one point there were seen tracks of animals coming down the mountains among the rocks. These are the gray sheep which have been seen about this place, and which delight to dwell among precipices and caverns, where they feed on a peculiar sort of clay. The reference is evidently to a lick, a place where a mineral spring has given a saline taste to the earth round about. Such licks are common enough in the Rocky Mountains and many other places, and are regularly visited by sheep, which often gnaw away the earth in many places and over a considerable space. A little further up the stream, they were in full view of the mountains. The river, being low, flowed through numerous channels, some of which were free from ice, others which were frozen, had water flowing over the ice. On account of the wind, there was little snow on the gravel bars, and the hauling was hard for the dogs, and bad for the sleds. On the 5th, he overtook his people, who had started several days earlier, and who had killed 3 sheep and 3 cows. Here, Henry stopped for a day and sent off 3 men to hunt sheep, wishing to obtain the entire skin of an old ram. This they failed to secure, but one of them had seen the tracks of a white goat. The next day, keeping on, sheep tracks were seen, and Henry indulges in reflections on the wonderful places which they passed over and their sureness of foot. The following day, shortly after leaving camp, we saw a herd of about 30 rams feeding among the rocks on the north side. They did not seem to be shy, though the noise of our bells and dogs was sufficient to have alarmed a herd of buffalo 2 miles off. The rams stood for some time gazing at us, and did not retreat until some people with dogs climbed up to fire at them, when they set off at full speed, directing their course up the mountain. I was astonished to see with what agility they scaled the cliffs and crags. At one time, I supposed them hemmed in by rocks so steep and smooth that it seemed impossible for any animal to escape being dashed to pieces below, but the whole herd passed this place on a narrow horizontal ledge without a single misstep, and were soon out of sight. Here, Henry seems to have seen his first flock of dippers, which interested him not a little, and on the ice above this point, he found the remains of a ram which had been run down by wolves and devoured. There were plenty of buffalo on Kootenai Plains, which they now reached, but they killed none, a hunter firing at a sheep having driven them off. Moose and elk were plenty here, as well as white-tailed deer and grizzly bears, and here, too, were seen white partridges. In other words, white-tailed ptarmigan. Still following up the river, the snow grew deeper and deeper, so that at length they were obliged to take to snowshoes and to beat a path for their dogs. On the 9th of February, they reached the Continental Divide, and passing through thick forest, came to a small opening where 3 streams of Columbian waters joined. The brook thus formed is Blueberry Creek, which runs into the Columbia. That morning, when leaving camp in the Kootenai Park, a place where the Kootenais used to drive buffalo over the cliff, Henry had left his hunter, Desjardins, behind, telling him to try to kill a white goat. Shortly after his return to the camp, his hunter came in and told Henry that he had seen large white goats on the mountain, directly off Kootenai Park, where he had been trying since daybreak to get a shot at them. He was almost exhausted, the stool being up to his middle, and the ground so steep as not to admit of snowshoes. He had worked about a quarter of the way up the mountain, but had been obliged to abandon the attempt to reach the animals. They did not appear the least shy, but stood gazing at him, and cropping the stunted shrubs and blades of long grass which grew in crevices in places where the wind had blown the snow off. As I desired to obtain the skin of one of those animals, I gave him dry mittens and trousers to put on, went with him to the foot of the mountain, and I pointed out a place where I supposed it was possible to reach them. We could perceive all 3 still standing abreast on the edge of a precipice, looking down upon us, but they were at a great height. He once more undertook the arduous task of climbing up in pursuit of them, while I returned to the camp. A hunter in these mountains requires many pairs of shoes, i.e., moccasins. The rocks are so rough and sharp that a pair of good strong moose leather shoes are as soon torn to pieces. The white goat is not larger than the gray sheep, thickly covered with long, pure white wool, and has short, black, nearly erect horns. These animals seldom leave the mountaintops. Winter or summer, they prefer the highest regions. Late in the evening, my hunter returned, exhausted and covered with ice, having labored in the snow till his clothes became all wet, and soon after stiff with ice. He had ascended halfway when the sun set, which obliged him to return. The next day, Henry wished to send his hunter out again, but the poor fellow was so done up and his legs so swollen by the exercise of the day before that the effort was given up. They therefore started down the river, past the camp of the day before. where they found that the men had killed sheep, buffalo, a large black wolf, and a Canada lynx. The following day, they saw a herd of rams on the rocks and tried to get a shot. But one of our men, being some distance ahead and not observing them, continued to drive on, which alarmed and drove them up into the mountains. I regretted this very much, as the herd consisted of old rams with enormous horns. One of them appeared to be very lean, with extraordinarily heavy horns, whose weight he seemed scarcely able to support. When the horns grow to such great length, forming a complete curve, the ends project on both sides of the head, so as to prevent the animal from feeding, which, with their great weight, causes the sheep to dwindle to a mere skeleton and die. We soon afterwards saw a herd of buffalo on the hills near the river, but on hearing the sound of the bells, they ran away and appeared much more shy than sheep. Continuing down the river, they reached the fort, February 13th. Henry finished the winter at Rocky Mountain House, and in May 1811 started down the river to Fort Augustus. There is now a long break, extending over 2 years, in Henry's journal, the third part, as Dr. Kuas has divided it, being devoted to the Columbia. November 15th, 1813, finds him at Astoria, the scene of so many trials of fur traders, and the place about which so many books have been written. The journal for the 2 intervening years has not been discovered. It may yet turn up, and, if it shall, will undoubtedly give us much interesting information. What we know is that Henry came to Astoria from Fort William, but how he got there we do not know. His party came, however, in bark canoes, for a contemporary writer says as much as that. Not only was Henry here on the West Coast, but his nephew, William Henry, who had been frequently associated with him in past years, even back on the Pembina River. The character of the Indians here interested Henry, and he makes his usual frank and not always elegant comments on them. On November 30th, the British ship Raccoon reached Astoria, captured the place, and thereafter it was a British trading post under the name Fort George. Duncan McDougall, the chief factor, had left the Northwest Company to enter Mr. Astor's service in 1810, but without any particular hesitation, he surrendered to the British ship, although the Indians were only too anxious to defend the place for the Americans and to assist the white men in holding it. As a matter of fact, however, most of the employees of Mr. Astor were British subjects and were very glad to have the place taken. Much time was expended on the final settlement of the accounts between McDougall, who had been Mr. Astor's representative at Astoria, and the representatives of the Northwest Company, who were now in possession. But at last, this was all finished, and on December 31st, the Raccoon made sail and disappeared behind Point Adams. Rains were constant, and the fur traders and their property suffered much from wet and dampness. With this spring, Henry, for the first time, seems to have seen the Indians catching smelts and herrings, and describes the well-known rake used on the western coast. They had a pole about 10 feet long and 2 inches thick, on one side of which was fixed a range of small, sharp bones, like teeth, about 1 inch long, 1/4 of an inch asunder, the range of teeth ascending 6 feet up the blade. This instrument is used in smelted fishery. As is well known, the Indians sweep this instrument through the water in places where the small fish are schooled, and at each sweep of the rake from 1 to half dozen fish are impaled. When the implement being brought to the surface and held over the canoe, the fish are jarred from it into the vessel. On the 28th of February, a ship, the Peddler, brought Mr. Hunt, who was second to Mr. Astor in the management of the Pacific Fur Company, and headed the original overland Astor expedition in 1812. There was now a gathering of all the partners and those interested in the Northwest Company and the Pacific Fur Company for a settling of accounts between Hunt and McDougall. The Peddler got underway April 2nd. On April 4th, a brigade of 10 canoes set off up the river. This left a small contingent at Fort George, and this contingent very ill provided. They had a little spoiled California beef and a little bad grease. In addition, they had only the smelts caught by the Indians, and these were often spoiled, so that the men refused to eat them. And the little provision that they could buy from the Indians, a few beaver, deer, and elk, called beef by Henry. As a result, many of the men were ill, and 14 were in hospital at one time. To help out the lack of sugar or molasses, they experimented in making a decoction of camas root, which produces a kind of syrup, preferable to molasses for sweetening coffee. Among the skins brought in by the Indians were occasionally those of tame cats, which Henry conjectures to be the offspring of cats lost from Spanish ships that had been cast ashore. April 22nd, a ship was seen, which proved to be the Isaac Todd, on which came Mr. J.C. McTavish, who was to take charge of Fort George as governor. Work went on, loading and unloading the ship, buying provisions, the annoyances of small quarrels between various people. The entry in Henry's diary of May 21st, 1814, is partly finished, and then ends with a dash. For on Sunday, May 22nd, Alexander Henry, Donald McTavish, and 5 sailors were drowned.
guys. Deuces.